So I apparently pressed the wrong button earlier, but we are live with some ranked grinding. We are currently in our very first game, and we are losing pretty terribly. But it is okay. We will go ahead and queue up into another game when we get the chance. This will be a pretty swift loss. I don't think there's really anything we can draw here that is going to fully save us. The pressure is definitely mandatory to remove all of that from the board. But all they are going to need to draw is a single tribute monster, and we are done for. We do have these sports dragons, but it is not going to be enough. Let's bring out Pitcher, and then go ahead and tribute them both for a Dragonic Slayer. Alternatively, we could have kept around a low-level monster, but I don't think that really benefits us at all. We would still be in the same lose condition, except now we would lose to a Dragius, a Phoenix Dragon, or a Gravity Press, which we basically do, or a Twin Edge, which we basically already did. We see a Twin Edge coming out, so they are probably going to have the tribute monster they need to defeat us. We see a Dragius, and that is game. Hopefully they don't spend too much extra time, and they do just go into the battle phase. Welcome, Hisui. This is my first time trying a multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube in a while, so let me know if there are any issues with lag. You've joined us right here at the end of the first round. And welcome, Benext. Hope you are having a good night, or morning, or afternoon. We are just going to head on into game number 2 and see if we can get some wins. Since the season has just reset, most of the players currently in gold probably should be players that were King of Games last season, so the competition is going to be pretty tough. We are going second, but we do have the ability to bring out a Bunker Strike. Or we could go for the Dragius and kind of clear out these monsters. They have an opposing Dragius, so we are going to need Bunker Strike. We see a Dragorite, and fortunately for us, we are only going to have 2 monsters in our discard pile, which means the Dragius is not able to beat us with a Phantom Bind. We could use the Bunker Strike's effect, but that would put a 3rd dragon in the discard pile, which would cause a trade. That means instead we should just go into the battle phase. It looks like the face down card actually was not a Phantom Bind, but I maintain that this was the correct play. We see a Currybot, so they probably have some kind of tribute monster that is going to be able to deal with our current board. We see a 7's Road Magician coming out, but that is great. Oh, we do not mind it compared to a Dragius, especially since we have a Dragius of our own. As long as we draw a couple of low-level monsters, next turn we will be able to completely overrun their board. Hammer Crush Deal activates, so we know we don't have to worry about that face down. Thunder the Thunder coming out and providing a little bit of extra damage. That said, we do still seem to be in an alright spot. Having a 3rd monster onto the board would be a little bit annoying, but is not a huge deal. And it is a Dory Auto. We saw a little bit of a delay. They were probably wondering whether or not to put that in defense mode. So it all comes down to these draws. We have a Dragius, we just need the low levels. And it looks like we do get there. Twin Edge Dragon and Sports Dragon Slugger coming out. Then a Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Following it up is a Dragorite and a Twin Edge Dragon. And this should be a ton of damage, if not outright lethal. Let's head into the battle phase and take out all 3 of their monsters. Dragorite into the Dory Auto, and then 1,000 more with Twin Edge Dragon. We know that the face down card is just a Hammer Crush. If it was a recovery force, we would be in a little bit more danger, as they'd have a higher chance of getting a 6-card hand. But now they need a Curry Bot if they want to get any double tribute monster boards. We do see they drew into a recovery force, and they are using a Mystic Dealer probably to try to find another high-level monster. We know there are already a ton of Dragius in the discard pile. Oh, but it looks like it doesn't matter. They managed to find a 7-sword magician right away. And now they have a mysterious set card. If that one is a Phantom Bind, we could be in trouble. We have seen plenty of spells and traps already though, so I think the odds of them actually running it are somewhat low. We do find a Dragonic Slayer, and that should be enough to close out the game. Thanks to Dragonic Resonance, we're going to be able to use the effect and pop the face down card. Let's go ahead and bring out the Winged Dragon, activate Dragonic Resonance, and finish the game from there. Dragonic Slayer's effect, make sure we don't whiff, and battle. And they give us the concede before we're able to quite finish it up. That brings us to our first victory. By the way, how is the music for you all? Are you all able to hear it all right? Or is it too loud, too quiet, or just right? Alright, looks like it is time for another Luke player. And they are up first again. We actually have lost all 3 die rolls, and we don't have a high-level monster. This could be pretty threatening if we don't manage to draw into something good. Passing with no responses to the opponent is usually a pretty bad idea. We see a Sports Dragon Slugger, so unfortunately, there really is just nothing we can do. We'll have to set some monsters, and I'm going to keep the 2 that I think are most likely to be useful on a future turn. We can pass it over here, and something interesting is that we do see a Dark Magician Girl. I don't know if they're on Magician Shuffle or if this is just a modified aggro deck. If they are on Magician Shuffle, we actually don't have to worry about the Dragius, which ends up unfortunately coming out to ruin our day. So we are taking 2,500 or more due to this Torna. This is quite an unfortunate turn of events. We do have the Triad Drago, and thinking about it, I probably should have played down the Twin Edge rather than the Winged Dragon, as now activating the effect of Triad Drago is going to be a little bit difficult. But we actually do get there. Let's start with Sports Dragon Pitcher. Oh, but I do want to revive it too. So this is interesting. So I think we bring out the Triad Drago, and then, yeah, I don't think we are able to use the effect of Triad Drago, unfortunately. And this is a pretty underwhelming board. We're not really able to deal with all of the monsters they have. I think maybe the better play was to try to aim for another draw, as if we managed to find a high-level monster. We could have still gotten a double tribute board out. Unfortunately, this one is probably going to be a loss, so we might try out the Spellcaster deck if we end up losing another round. We do see them going for Torna's effect, probably going to switch something to attack mode, and it is the Twin Edge Dragon. Unfortunately, if we just had a slightly stronger monster, we would have been able to run over Torna. So another reason that we probably should have kept the Wing Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. We see a Dark Sorcerer. Still, they are going to need to bring out a 2 tribute monster to beat Dragonic Slayer. We see another Torna, so maybe they won't. They can just switch the Slayer to defense mode. Oh, and they choose to discard a Prima Guitarna. So they are definitely giving up on some damage here. They set a card as well. Luckily we do have a Phoenix Dragon in store for them. So we are going to be able to recur our Dragonic Slayer if we want to. Definitely not an optimal hand here. But let's do what we can. Let's toss the Twin Edge Dragon, grab back Slayer. Summon the Phoenix Dragon. Tribute them both off here for sure. And then Dragorite and bring out the Gravity Press Dragon as well. Dragonic Resonance can boost up our field, and we will be able to destroy the face down card and then even defeat both Tornas, forcing them to draw into a pretty strong monster if they want to continue applying pressure on our board. Unfortunately, if they do manage to get an out, which is basically any level 7 monster, we are going to lose. Welcome to the stream, Kaname. How are you doing? Hope you are having a good one. We see a Mystic Dealer, so they might just be digging for that high-level monster they need to win. Or maybe they already have it and are just looking for an even better board. We see another Mystic Dealer, which makes me hopeful. Oh, nope. If they are discarding a 7-Sword Magician, they definitely have an answer. So I think this is probably game. All they need to do is bring out a big guy, but they enter the battle phase. Why would they choose to discard a 7-Sword Magician with the Mystic Dealer if they didn't have anything else? That is a huge opportunity for us. We do have a Bunker Strike, so we are going to bring out some monsters and tribute them off for Bunker Strike. Then I think we might as well use the Bunker Strike's effect and let's filter some cards away. 1, 2, and 3. Next up, how much damage do we currently have? I think we are just barely off of lethal, which is unfortunate. This may be a mistake, but we are going to Dragonic Resonance here and boost a Dragorite. I think setting the Triad Drago is also a pretty reasonable play. They are down to just 1,000 life, but they do have a ton of attributes in the graveyard and multiple 7-sword magicians in the deck. Legend Draw is going to guarantee that they find their Dark Magician, which I think is much preferable to them bringing out a different level 7. I ultimately do not mind that. There is also a slight chance that they are still running Summon Skull, even with the Dark Magician Girl. As Dark Magician Girl has less attack than Fire Guardian, but it does survive hits from Torna. So we'll have to wait and see what they bring out next. Looks like they have decided to concede. So we were absolutely dead to rights in that game, but we managed to get pretty lucky with a couple of key misplays from the opponent. And it looks like we are getting into the next round, up against a player from Japan, and they are running the Mimi deck. If we win, we'll be able to get into gold too. And this is terrible. We've drawn all 3 copies of Dragonic Pressure. I think there is very little we want to draw here. As long as we get some low-level monsters though, hopefully this will turn things around. We do have one of the 2 sports dragons, so as long as we don't get hit by too many Dragius, we might be able to stay in the game. It is definitely going to be an uphill battle though. Starting off with a Prima Guitarna. That's going to be swinging in for a huge amount of damage, presumably. They have 4 cards in hand, so probably going to be bringing out several more monsters. Seahorse Carrier, allowing them to recycle the Kanon, suggests to me that they are going to be summoning another 2 tribute monster, but Twin Edge Dragon in attack mode could also imply otherwise. In either case, this is over 3,000 direct damage. Cure Master Dion Keto is going to help them pay for that Prima Guitarna. No problem. This is a bit of a difficult situation. We see the Twin Edge Dragon getting in for a huge amount of damage. And we have 3 Dragonic Pressure. We have also failed to find the other sports dragon, making this a really, really awkward spot. We can bring out a Bunker Strike, but we are just going to lose. If they find anything. I think we just need to hope that they don't manage to find any high-level monsters. Let's go with discarding 3. Special summon a monster to the field. We will bring back the Sports Dragon Pitcher. Tribute both of them for a Bunker Strike. And just try to get in for a little bit of damage. Dragonic Resonance activates up, and we get in for 28. They do indeed have a Phantom Bind, but of course they aren't going to use it here. Welcome to the chat, Monozigs, and I hope you are having a good night. Yeah, I think we will be getting the Royal Rebels and some other cards by the end of the month, though that does still sound pretty far away. We see a Thunder the Thunder being activated, and presumably this means we are going to be getting beaten up by a 2 tribute monster. Seven Sword Magician coming down, and now if they have any other monsters, that would have been game. But it looks like they might not. If we get lucky, we can still pull out a win. Okay, so we didn't find the Sports Dragons, but we found something possibly even better. A Triad Drago is going to let us draw an extra card. And we find a Dragonic Slayer. This could not have been a better top deck. We know that their set card is a Phantom Bind. So we bring out the Dragonic Slayer, and then we can bring out Dragius, and we can even draw an additional card. Let's bring out the Dragius, pop the back row, and end this game. An absolutely insane comeback once again. Don't forget to use the Dragius' effect, and then use Dragonic Resonance to buff up our monsters. Head into the battle phase, and that will do it. Despite drawing all 3 copies of Dragonic Pressure in our opening hand, we managed to take this one home and rank up. Welcome to the stream, Orentor. And yeah, there have been a ton of Mimi players over the past week or so. One thing I've been noticing is that more than even the Boogie Master draw, a lot of them are running the Cure Master skill, basically using it as a version of life point gain that can also recycle your Seahorse Carriers and Dion Ketos. So 1 rank is down. We are now in Gold 2, and I don't think we are aiming for King of Games today, but we are going to stream until internet problems come up or we hit Gold 5, and then we will reassess from there. Alright, so we are finally going first, but our hand is a little bit less than optimal. We do have the set 3, but 2 high-level monsters is a bit of a problem. The question always looms, do we want to risk drawing another level 7? I think it's okay. We are going to pass, but this is definitely one of the hands where you can justify bringing out a level 7 monster to avoid breaking next turn. We'll have to wait and see what they do. They are also setting monsters, so if they don't have any high levels, we can make a huge push. But some players do just like to set monsters before they go for the tribute summons. And they only have 2 face downs. That is devastating for their lifespan. Let's go ahead and start with a Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Tribute 1, Tribute 2, and we will filter some cards. We can send some cards to the bottom of the deck. We don't need a Sports Dragon picture, or the other one either. Next up is a, So we can either Twin Edge Dragon, or we can go for the Double Bunker Strike. I think the Double Bunker Strike makes a little bit more sense. Let's go ahead and tribute 2 monsters. And then we want to make sure we don't forget to set this pressure face down. So let's do that next. now we use Bunker Strike, and let's see what we've got. We have both of our Sports Dragons ready, so I think I'm going to put these two cards back on top of the deck. And then we bring out a Sports Dragon Slugger, activate the Dragonic Resonance, and we head into the battle phase to see what they've got hiding up their sleeves. First, we are going to be testing for a Phantom Bind, and it looks like they don't have it, so we can swing in here and then hit for 28. Looks like this is a aggro pile Luke rather than Dragonic Resonance. And right on cue, we do see a Legend draw, helping them guarantee a Summon Skull. That said, we have dealt 3,200 damage, so we are getting close to a potential lethal. We have 2 dragons on top of the deck and a pressure set with both Sports Dragons in grave. Oh, we see them really tunneling in on our Sports Dragon Slugger. Interestingly, they have decided to discard the Summoned Skull, and I'm not really entirely sure what they are aiming for there. I think it's definitely a sign that they have other cards they want to play. 7-Zone Witch is coming out, and we are going to see a 7-Zone Magician for sure. What an interesting hand. Oh, but they then concede. I will send them over the nice and head into the next game. Oh, and it looks like that was our 10th win in ranked this season. I have been playing a little bit of speed duels, so that's where the rest of the wins are coming from. This is my first session of rush duels since the ladder reset. I wanted to save it for the stream. So now let's see what we go up against next. We are on another Japanese Mimi player, and we are up first. This will give us a great opportunity to set up our discard pile. Last time I kept the Twin Edge Dragons, and I ended up regretting it. So this time we are going to set it and just keep the more powerful 1500 Vanilla Monster. This board is vulnerable to Pierce, but not many people are running Piercing these days. I was gonna say we might see a Torna, but if they are on the Gazelle, it's quite unlikely. So next up is seeing what they bring out, and they do have a Summoned Skull, and they just head right into battle, meaning that their hand contains 2 high-level monsters. Quite interesting. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to utilize this Triad Drago, as Summoned Skull is only level 6. That said, we can bring out Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. And while we already enjoy the current cards in our hand quite a bit, we do want to try to dig for the Dragonic Pressure and the other Sports Dragon. So we are going to be putting these cards on the bottom of the deck so we can get more progress towards it. 1 and 2. And then bring out the Winged Dragon and this one. And we could actually choose to keep the Dragonic Slayer here to push for more damage, but I am going to go ahead and make the Tribute Summon just because I think it's going to force the opponent to have a Dragius, and I think those 2 monsters in hand are both Seven's Road Magician specifically. If they had access to a Dragius, they probably would have played it last turn. So let's go ahead, head into the battle phase, and beat up those monsters. We get some damage in, and we will pass. Hopefully this doesn't end up coming back to bite us. They are bringing out an out though. Currybot is coming through. That's 500 more life points down though. But it does mean they have a chance to bring out 2 boss monsters. If their hand is perfect, we could be in quite a lot of danger. Here comes Kime Ruler, and definitely not the one I was expecting. Next up is a Dragorite, which means they are going to have a second tribute. And it's Prima Guitarna. They do bring out 2 huge monsters. Maybe I was better off saving my Dragonic Slayer, as I would now have a big monster capable of taking on these threats. Oh, welcome, Evil Hero Dogma. So we do get the Dragonic Pressure, but we don't have the monsters set up for it yet. I could try a Drago, but it is quite dangerous. If I whiff, I basically just lose on the spot. I could actually try to wall up for a turn, and I think that's going to be the best plan. Even if they draw Dragius, it's not enough to lethal me. So let's just go ahead and set some monsters for now. No need to rush through things. Remember that Kime Ruler is only able to do its effect on the turn it is summoned. So we have a nice sturdy field here, and with Dragonic Pressure set on the board, we can hopefully win on the next turn. They would need to build a board including both a Pierce and a Dragius if they want to get over our life points. So we see a Rice Terra secure, but that actually can't even defeat most of the monsters we have on field. You know, they actually recently added Yugi's Grandpa to Duel Links, so I really thought Exodia was going to be a more competitive option, but it ended up not being the case. They gave him some skills related to it, but nothing really that useful. Alright, so we see a heal with Dion Keto, but 3900, if we are able to draw our big combo, it is an amount we are able to theoretically deal. And I think we got there. Let's go ahead and activate our Dragonic Pressure. Make sure we discard the Sports Dragon Pitcher. And we are ready to deal our full 4,800 damage. Sports Dragon Slugger, use the effect. Resurrect Sports Dragon Pitcher. Tribute them both off for Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, representing 2,800. And then Dragorite for 2,000. Thanks to the Dragonic Resonance skill, our Dragorite is boosted to level 8 and can attack even though we used the Sports Dragons. I will go ahead and send them a nice, and we have gotten onto a nice little win streak. 2 of our 3 wins were definitely kind of not deserved, but I will take what we can get. Ranking up is a very stressful game for a lot of people. But as long as we're having fun, it's all good, even if we don't win all that often. Let's see what we queue into next. Though it's looking like we might not queue into anything at all. Connection failed, but we will go for another attempt. And it looks like this time it is going to succeed. We are up against another gold 2 player. So we'll see how it goes. And we are going up first. This is our chance to get into gold 3. We draw a pretty interesting opening hand. Let's go ahead and keep the Triad Drago around. And we'll see how it goes. We unfortunately don't have any Sports Dragons or Dragonic Pressure, so we might be a little bit behind the usual curve. We're also playing against a Gakuto that has the nice little animated mat. Oh, and we see a Mystic Dealer, confirming they are probably just on the aggro deck. That said, these monsters do have 1400 or less. Oh, and here comes Torna. Luckily, as long as they don't hit the Phoenix Dragon, we are going to have some attack points. So 600 damage is not all that much to be worried about. Okay, 1500 is a little bit more threatening. And unfortunately, no Triad Dragos for us, as they do not have a level 7 monster. And this hand is looking a little rough. We can bring out the Bunker Strike. And then we're just gonna have to kind of play it by ear. See what we get with Bunker Strike. Nothing great. Putting some cards at the bottom of the deck for sure. Bunker Strike number 1 and a Dragonic Pressure. We will set the second pressure that we drew, and we don't have anything for our Phoenix Dragon to revive, so we just Dragonic Resonance and swing into the Summoned Skull. This is definitely far from perfect. Try out Blue Falcon formation, but the Dragon deck is good and quick. Yeah, so I definitely agree. The Blue Falcon formation deck is on a much lower level compared to the Dragonic Resonance skill, but it can be fun, especially if you enjoy winning with normal monsters. We do see the Torna coming back to give us some major pain. Switching our monster to attack mode. We are probably going to need to pop our Dragonic Pressure this turn. Our opponent, though, they did forget to use the Dragius' effect, which is a small silver lining. We still do not have both Sports Dragons, so once again, I think we are just bringing out a Bunker Strike and filtering even more. We are inching ever closer though. So one of these turns, as long as we're able to keep surviving, we will get there. We see a Dragorite and another monster. I think we're gonna put these on the bottom of the deck and then just kind of go for a big aggressive push. With Dragonic Resonance, we are going to be able to beat over the Torna the Windweaver and get their life points low enough where a Dragonic Pressure can win us the game on the next turn. Let's head to the battle phase, take out Dragius, take out Torna, and then get in for 1400. We are in a little bit of danger if they bring out another Dragius here. But barring that, I think we should be able to clutch it up on the next turn. Oh, we see a Recovery Force, and they're probably going to be recycling those Mystic Dealers we saw earlier. they are going for low levels, which means they have boss monsters in hand. And they managed to find what they were looking for. 2 low-level monsters are here, and next up is another Dragius. So that's already over 2,000 damage being represented on this board. Oh, but it looks like they didn't get far enough. So worst case scenario, we are going to be able to pressure them and set up some defenses. Best case scenario, we are able to win. And winning is what it looks like we are about to do. We drew both sports dragons, so let's go ahead and pop Dragonic Pressure. We now bring out the sports dragon pitcher and perform the same combo as last game for 4,800 damage. First up is Dragonic Slayer, and then Dragorite. We activate our skill, boosting them both by 500, and then we can go ahead into the battle phase and win the game. And that'll bring us to Gold 3. Send them over a nice and head out of the match. Let's go ahead and queue into another one once we finish getting through all of these screens. Next up, we have a gold rank 5 player. So they are on their way to King of Games. Unfortunately, only one of us is able to win, and I would like to keep my win streak going. If we draw Dragonic Pressure, that would be perfect, but unfortunately, we just get some sports dragons instead. This time, I think I am going to bring out the Bunker Strike as... As I just am getting the feeling, with 3 sports dragons down, there's a pretty low chance we manage to find enough low levels to really unbrick our hand. There is an argument for putting this in defense mode though, as with the exception of a 7's Road Witch, there's very little that, except Dark Magician Girl, there's very little that beats 1800, but not 23. So I probably could have saved some life points here. We see a 7 skull, and alright, 500 damage is not too bad. I will accept this. Let's see what we managed to draw into. We actually do find another sports dragon, which is a great start. So we're going to bring out the Dragonic Slayer instead of the Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, as we don't want to risk any Phantom Binds from ruining our game. Let's bring out the Winged Dragon and activate our skill. This is going to activate Dragonic Slayer and pop that mysterious face down card. And we played it right. Our Dragonic Slayer would not be able to beat Summon Skull if we did not clear the back row. And we would have basically lost the game on the spot. But now we have a Dragonic Pressure set, we have both sports dragons in the discard pile, and we are overall looking pretty good. This is definitely not a done deal, as an opposing Dragius does represent a huge push. But hopefully we are able to figure it out. They are bringing out monsters in attack mode, suggesting they do have a 2 tribute monster. And it is the 7's Road Magician. Obviously not as lethal as a Dragius here, but we'll have to wait and see what else they have. Recovery Force is bringing back those low-level spellcasters, and I think that's exactly what they are trying to draw. Just more monsters. Alright, so they do have another face down. If that's a second Phantom Bind, we could be in some trouble. So the question is going to be whether or not we Dragonic Pressure this turn. And with the way our field is currently shaping up, I'm thinking there's a pretty good case to not do it. So let's bring out Winged Dragon, Sports Dragon Slugger, the Gravity Press Dragon, and then we will weaken the 7's Road Magician, and then that should make it low enough that our Dragius is able to overcome it. So we ditch it here, then we activate the skill. And then we Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, and we have exactly 11 cards in the graveyard, which is rough. Oh, but we mill a Pressure, which is actually perfect. As now a Phantom Bind will only bring us down to 1500, which is just enough. We take out the set monster as well and get in for 2000 damage. We got incredibly lucky with the mill. Let's see what they draw into. They are going to need an incredible hand if they want to beat our current board. But it looks like they are going for something. They have a Mystic Dealer to help them try to draw into what they need. I guess even just a regular Dragius would be able to deal 1000 and a crash, and then if they had more 1500s, they could be dealing up to 4000 damage this turn. Welcome, Matthews, and I'm glad you're enjoying the music. Is the volume on it okay, or is it a little bit quiet? I can never fully tell. Oh, and they are immediately going into battle. I think that's definitely... well, actually, I think that's probably the right choice for them. But we do have our Sports Dragons. And that means it is time for Dragonic Pressure. I think. But what if I don't? What if I just bring out the Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike and a Gravity Press Dragon? Can I win through a Phantom Bind? 48. Well, I don't think I'm going to have 18 in the graveyard. So I should be okay. Let's go ahead and Dragonic Pressure. That's 1, 2, and 3 discards. Then we special summon a Sports Dragon. And then we can go ahead and bring out the Slugger with the Pitcher's Effect. Bunker Strike comes down next, and that puts us at 15 monsters in the discard pile. Dragonite comes out, and we are dealing 48. 48 minus 15 is still good enough, so this should be game. We just hit gold 3. We've ranked up twice since the start of the game, or since the start of the stream, and it's been going pretty smoothly. we lost a lot right at the beginning. But then our opponents made a couple of big misplays. We got on a win streak, and we've been running with it. Oh, looks like there was a small connection blip, but that's totally fine. We can go ahead and just queue back up. We want rush duels. And we'll see how it goes. Alright, and our next opponent. Another Japanese gold rank 5 player. And they had some pretty impressive qualifications. If you saw the scroll right there at the end, they were in the top 1,000 of one of those last KC Cups. So they definitely have plenty of experience playing Yu-Gi-Oh! We are going to go ahead and set some monsters. And we have 2 Dragonic Pressures. Ultimately not too bad since it was on the very first turn. Looks like they are also setting some monsters. If they don't have anything to tribute summon, this could be huge. We get a Bunker Strike, which should mean we are getting in for a ton of damage. Let's go ahead and do a 2 tribute, and then a Bunker Strike to fix up our hand. All we need basically is any tribute monster. Oh, and we find a Dragonic Slayer. We have everything we need, so we can return our monsters to the bottom of the deck here, as I'm pretty sure we are just trying to set ourselves up for success. So we set this, and then we bring out the Dragonic Slayer, and then we get in for 28, for sure. Since we have the Dragonic Slayer, we can pop the back row, and none of their monsters were tribute set, guaranteeing the maximum defense of anything they have is 1400. Twin Edge Dragon can attack twice, and thanks to your Dragonic Resonance, it is at 1500. So we head into the battle phase, and we take out the first monster, and then we take out the second monster. We destroy the third one with Bunker Strike, and Dragonic Slayer gets in for a big 2800. We have both Sports Dragons in the grave, and that means if we are able to land a Dragonic Pressure combo, we are going to win on the spot. Welcome to the stream, Shadow Mew. Been a while since we've been talking. I know you obviously were playing Cross Duel before that got shut down. Have you played Dueling much or no? Okay, so it looks like they are going to be over 2 of our monsters, but we do have the Dragonic Pressure set up. So as long as we draw some high-level monsters, we are good to go. Dragonic Pressure activates, and that is game. For probably like the 5th game in a row, we are landing our big 4800 damage combo. Sports Dragon Pitcher brings out Sports Dragon Slugger. Tribute for a 2300 Earth Dragon. Summon the Jaggerite and activate the skill. And then we swing in, and that is game. Oh, and they go ahead and give us the concede. Yeah, my account is relatively new as well. I downloaded it mostly for the format you're seeing here, the Rush Duels. There's currently only a a single box. So if you've ever wanted to try out the format, it is a decent entry point. There are definitely some cards that are significantly above the power curve, but there's still a surprising amount of viable things you can play in spite of that. Alright, so next up is a Luke Mirror. Though they could be on just about any deck at this point. If we manage to pull out the win, we will go up to gold 4. We draw both Sports Dragons and a Pressure. As long as we get a low level, this would be a perfect opening hand. Unfortunately, we draw into a second copy of the Pressure. So I'm gonna play around Torna instead of playing around Pierce, since I think that one's a little bit more likely. So it's an interesting position to be in. We are probably taking a ton of damage this turn. Oh, especially if there's a Twin Edge. But with 2 Pressure, there is a chance we make this comeback. We see a Bunker Strike, and luckily they aren't going to be able to bring out 2 Tribute Monsters, but if they get 2 low levels, we are taking a big 2,800, which puts us in the danger zone for their own Dragonic Pressures. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you had played the Switch game. How did you enjoy that? And we see a Twin Edge. So they are going to be getting in for the big 28, unless they choose not to activate the effect. Oh no, not a Pierce. That's the one thing I did not want to see. That is the full 28 anyway. So in the end, I guess it didn't make too much of a difference here. We will draw some cards, and we find the 3rd Pressure. So we can't really activate it, because our board is just going to be better if we play normally. Let's bring out the Dragorite, the Winged Dragon, draw our extra bonus card, and it's a Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Not actually bad, because now we have a chance to bring out more monsters, and we can get this Dragonic Pressure on the bottom of the deck. Bunker Strike, use the effect, send some cards to the bottom. We definitely do not want this Dragonic Pressure, and we do not need, So we can either keep the Slayer in hand, or we can keep a Dragorite. I think we do want to just bring out the Dragorite here though, so let's put the Grouty Press on the bottom, summon the Dragorite, and activate our skill. This is going to be an absolute ton of damage. And as long as we don't get one shot on the clap, it should be a really big opportunity for us to close out the game next turn. They are down to 3,000, and we are guaranteed to draw 4 monsters. As 2 of our Dragonic Pressures are already set, and the 3rd one was just sent to the bottom of the deck. So all we need is any monster that has more than 200 attack. And we do need to survive. That is a very important step of the process. And it looks like they forgot that Triad Drago requires non-level 3 monsters. So they bring it out, can't activate the effect, and scoop it up. That brings us to gold number 4. And we are getting closer and closer to our goal rank for the night. Yep, I don't know quite what it is, but basically anything that's not regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been more enjoyable than the main format for me for a while. So I liked Cross Duel. I really like the Rush duels, as you can tell. I even play some speed duels on physical cards. And alright, enjoy your day, Shadow. Alright, so we see a turn 1 Yami Ruler. But with cards like Spell Archer, I feel like this might just be an aggro deck in disguise. So instead of blowing my Dragonic Pressure super early, I'm just going to wait it out and see what they do. There is unfortunately a pretty decent chance that the set card is a Pierce, but I will take the damage if that is how the cookie is crumbling. As long as there isn't also a Dragius behind the Yami Ruler, we should be just fine. Alright, so it looks like we do survive, but if they didn't use a Pierce, we are now a little bit more worried about Phantom Binds. But we can actually test for it. So we're going to set some cards, set this as well. Go ahead, use our Dragius for sure. Let's activate Dragius' effect. And, you know, now that I've thought about it a little bit more, I'm not even going to swing into the Yami Ruler at all. I'm just going to force them to take a ton of damage and see what they want to do. Since they aren't on Gavin, they do not have the Dark Arts of Celery to break over my Dragius. Unfortunately, they did draw a Thunder the Thunder, which is going to help them get there. And we see a Recovery Force to draw an additional card, offsetting the cost of Thunder the Thunder, and potentially allowing a huge board to come out. We do have one Sports Dragon Slugger, so as long as we're able to find a Sports Dragon pitcher, we are in it. Summon Skull is going to deal a bit of damage, and the Yami Ruler is coming in for 25. So hopefully we are able to turn it around this turn. We find Sports Dragon pitcher right on time. Let's get rid of the Twin Edge, the pitcher, and the Triad Drago to once again perform our full 4,800 damage combo. By this point, I'm sure you all know how it works. We're going to Tribute Summon Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. We're going to summon the Dragorite, and we're going to swing in. Now, I think we do actually have quite a few dragon monsters in our discard pile, so we'll have to see if a Phantom Bind is enough to stop us. They might just barely survive, but we do get there. Alright, thank you for the sub, Stanford Matthews. I appreciate it. Oh, how's it going, Lorenzo? The rush dueling has been going actually incredibly well. We lost our first game, and maybe the second one, but since then, we've gone on a win streak from Gold 1 all the way up to Gold 4. There are definitely some games we should have lost, but our opponents were very kind and made really terrible mistakes. Alright, so we are going up first. We find a Sports Dragon, always a nice thing to see at the start of the duel. And 2 Triad Dragos. I guess I will keep 1 and a Dragorite. Unfortunately, no Dragonic Pressures to set face down. But hopefully, we are going to be able to find some big monsters next turn. Of course, this is a mirror match. And with a Dragonic Slayer, we should have our life points safe this turn. But that is an incredible board. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to overcome it. Absolutely no chance any of my monsters are able to survive this onslaught here, but we do have a Triad Drago to try drawing some extra cards. But that is an unfortunate turn of events. We do not get another low-level monster. We can bring out the Dragius, but we are going to be in quite a bit of pain. I think the Dragius makes a lot of sense to go for. But the Bunker Strike is going to help us just filter to low-level monsters. And it'll help us set up that Dragonic Pressure. So I am going to pick it instead. We are looking for Sports Dragon Sluggers more than anything else. But seriously, we find only high-level monsters again. So we are forced to send all of these cards to the bottom of the deck. And I think we need to keep the Earth Dragon. Because if we do get a Dragonic Pressure off, we need an Earth monster to do the combos. This is very, very likely to be the end of the win streak. We have our Dragonic Pressure set, but if they find any high-level monster at all, we are taking just an absolutely insane amount of damage. But that was 6 high-level monsters in a row on the top of our deck. Which is just absolutely crazy. We will see what happens. If they're using Dragonic Resonance, that means they aren't Tribute Summoning. Though we are still taking 4,000 or so damage. Let's see what we find next. Still no Sluggers. So we have once again failed to convert into a Dragonic Pressure play. We will go ahead and do the Bunker Strike Tribute Summon and see what we can find. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Okay, I think now we set up the top of the deck. We want the Dragonic Slayer, we want the Dragorite, and we want just monsters. So we'll put the Gravity Press Dragon on top. Next, so if we use a Dragonic Resonance, we can swing in for 1,300, which puts them in the danger zone. And that means we are going to set the other 2 monsters. A lot of players, I think, would choose to get more aggressive here, but I'm trying not to die. So I want defense mode monsters to help protect my life points. This is still pretty dangerous though, as a Dragius does end the game either way. And with a Triad Drago, they are getting an extra card in. So it all comes down to what kind of cards we see get tribute summoned here. I mean, even a Dragonic Slayer would be fairly devastating, as they would be able to destroy the Dragonic pressure we've spent so much time trying to set up for ourselves. We're basically hoping they don't find any high-level monsters. And if they are using Dragonic Resonance here, we actually are going to win. They risked it all on the Triad Drago, but they were not able to find it. So, unless we draw exceptionally poorly, that should be it. We do a whiff on a 5 monster hand, but we do have Sports Dragon, Pitcher, and Slugger, which is 2,800 damage. We send 3 monsters away. Special summon a Sports Dragon Pitcher, bring out the Sports Dragon Slugger. And it was very kind of them to swing in with their Triad Drago like that, as they dealt a bunch of damage to themselves for no reason. Let's go ahead and activate our skill before finishing this one up. And somehow, we managed to claim another victory. Though, I do have to say my opponent just got incredibly unlucky there. They whiffed on high-level monsters 2 turns in a row. We are against the one and only Yugi themselves. Though, Yugi is looking a little bit different these days. Alright, we are up first, and we have a fairly interesting opening hand. I think we want to avoid potential Torn of the Windweavers, so we are going to set these 3 monsters and tribute off our 0 attack Sports Dragon Pitcher. We end a turn, and this is another chance to rank up. If we manage to win this one, we are going to be at Gold 5. But we definitely cannot count this as a win just yet. It's still very early into the game, and anyone could do it. My opponent is taking quite some time to conduct their draw phase. It's entirely possible they forgot they were queued up for a match. Or maybe it is my, maybe it is just my internet being bad. Who knows? In any case, they have drawn the card now, so we can just sit here and listen to the music until they start playing cards. And there we go, right on cue. Yugi has set 2 monsters, and here comes the Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Tributing off a Dragorite is pretty interesting. I think it suggests to me that their hand is only high-level monsters. They are filtering out some cards. Quite interesting. I wonder what they got rid of. A monster in defense mode. That's probably a Sports Dragon or a Triad Drago. And they are only able to defeat 1 monster. And it looks like they even forgot where we set our Gravity Press Dragon. This could be a big chance for a huge turn. Let's bring up Gravity Press Dragon. Then set this one for sure. Next up will be a Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. And our hand is actually pretty good. I think we are just digging for a Dragonic Pressure. Let's go ahead and activate that effect. And we will send 2 cards to the bottom of the deck. We don't need the Slayer because we have the Piercing Dragon. Next up is Dragorite, and I kind of like this play a little bit more, going for maximum damage. Dragonic Resonance it up and head into the battle phase. We keep an incredible field presence, and they are down to 2,800, which means if we do get a Dragonic Pressure, we can finish it. Lorenzo, we are actually still going strong. I believe this is a rank-up game, and we've gotten an incredible start. It is possible for them to turn things around here for sure. But I'm feeling pretty hopeful that we will be able to clean this one up. As you can see, they are setting up for a big play, and I think they had a lot of high-level monsters in their hand last turn. Dragonic Slayer comes down, but they don't seem to currently have any targets, because I haven't drawn a Dragonic Pressure yet. There's nothing for them to destroy. They are setting a monster, which is pretty surprising. But here comes a Gravity Press Dragon. So they are going to be able to beat over 2 of my monsters, but they are failing to clear the field, which should be pretty much a death sentence against this deck. As long as we draw okay on the next turn, we will be making a big push. Alright, we see the waiting for response screen. And I always have a ton of connection issues, so I'm often worried when I see this, thinking that it's going to be me disconnecting and not my opponent. I really don't want to lose the win streak to something like that. It looks like they are indeed the ones who lost connection though, so we managed to finish the game on a high note. We'll grab our chests, and we made it to gold 5. That was the intended goal for the stream, but it's only been a little bit over an hour. So I'm absolutely down to keep on playing for some more time. I'm glad the commentary has been able to help you understand what's going on. I'm always trying to get a little bit better at it. Let me know if you have any suggestions. So next up we have a Roman. They could be on the Psychic deck, but Psychics are kind of unpopular. So I'd say it's even more likely that they are playing an aggro deck. Once we see a card or two though, we should know for sure. The opponent... Oh, and they actually summon a Gazelle in attack mode. Most players do choose to just set monsters on their first turn, but it's possible they have something a little bit different. And here comes Yami Ruler, the one card that you do want to summon in attack mode on turn 1. They've completely locked me out from tribute summoning this turn, so I now have to figure out what to do instead. If that set card is a Pierce, I could end up taking pretty big damage. I have no choice but to set 3 monsters face down and end my turn. I do have a Sports Dragon Slugger, so the Sports Dragon Pitcher can get revived on my next turn. And with Dragonic Slayer, if that face down card is not a Pierce, I'm going to be able to destroy it. So let's see if I'm able to hold on this turn. Unless they draw Dragius, I should be fine. But if they do have both Dragius and Pierce, I could lose. It's a pretty low odds combination, but you never want to count it out. I have definitely seen some pretty wild plays. We see a pretty rare inclusion for an aggro deck in Telepathic Agent, but it is able to attack directly and works great with Prima Gitarna. And we do see a Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. If that face down card flips up, it could be all over. A second card goes face down. Dragius activates the effect, and we enter the battle phase. So we are taking 2,500 damage probably. And we now have to worry about 2 different face down cards. Dragonic Slayer can get rid of one of them, but there's still a good chance that a Phantom Bind ruins our day. We don't manage to find all low levels, so we are in trouble. Sports Dragon Slugger uses the effect, and then we bring out Dragonic Slayer. We have a Twin Edge Drago into Gravity Press Dragon, and it's time to pop some back row. If we had another face down, if this Gravity Press Dragon was a low level, we would have been able to destroy both face down cards. But instead, we have to take a chance. And realistically, there is a very high shot that both face down cards are Phantom Binds. Oh, it's a Severing Psychic Wall. That is pretty interesting. Let's use Gravity Press Dragon's effect to weaken the Dragius. And now we can take out both monsters and we should be okay. Even if it is a Phantom Bind, which we can tell it is by the rotating hourglass up top. But thanks to the Gravity Press Dragon, we are able to safely take out both monsters. Unfortunately, the Yami Ruler is going to survive. There was an alternative line if we wanted to risk the Phantom Bind, where we could have attacked the Dragius with Gravity Press and then beaten over Yami Ruler with Dragonic Slayer. However, I played it a little bit safe and it paid off. We are still in quite a bit of danger here, as we have lost both Dragonic Slayers, and we know they have a Phantom Bind. We need to draw a Phoenix Dragon if we want to safely get over the opposing field. Climax Finale coming out, and a potentially the third Phantom Bind. Even though we've been playing it well, we are certainly not free from danger. That Thunder the Thunder brings us down to 2,900. And what do we even want to draw? I guess maybe a Dragonic Pressure play is the best we can hope for. Normally we do want to set it before we activate it so we can get that extra card in hand. But, I think this might be our best bet. We can bring out a Dragius and kind of force them to have a big out to it. But then do we just lose to a level 7? So what are our alternative plays? If Phoenix Dragon recycles Dragonic Slayer, we can bring out the Dragonic Slayer and a Winged Dragon. But that doesn't really clear the board. So I think the Dragonic Pressure has to be right, unless we do Gravity Press Dragon plus Dragius. But I don't really love that play either. Yeah, I think the Dragonic Pressure has to be the right play. We toss 3, and then we are going to bring out the Pitcher and the Slugger. This lets us go into Dragius and kind of hit for a lot. It's not lethal, and we actually have a pretty good shot of getting hurt quite a bit on the next turn. But, it does clear out all of the various threats, and if we do it again next turn, then I think we have a pretty good chance. So we know the one on the left is a Phantom Bind for sure. The question is that middle card the third Phantom Bind or not? We did also lose both Phoenix Dragons to our Dragonic Pressure play, which is threatening, as now we don't have a way to get back our Dragonic Slayers, unless we use another Dragonic Pressure on a future turn. We see them ditch a Prima Gotarna, which means they are going to have another one ready to go in hand, or potentially the Dragius. It's a Summon Skull, which deals 300 plus 25. I think we are surviving this with literally 100 life points. So that is interesting. So the right play here for sure. So if we deal 2,800, well, we can't, right? So the most we could deal is 1,900, but we're going to get hit. So what we need to do is just stall for one turn. So we are going to set all of our monsters, and then we aren't going to tribute set because we lose if they have Pierce either way, and we need to not draw the third Dragonic Pressure next turn. So what we are doing is we're just walling up, and let me be clear, this is a very low chance play. If they draw Dragius, we just die. If they had a Pierce, we just die. But they immediately head into the battle phase. And this could be an opportunity for us to turn things around. We draw into the monsters. So now it is time for the play. You all know it. It's time for the 4,800 damage combo. We activate Dragonic Pressure. We bring back a Sports Dragon. Activate Sports Dragon Pitcher, summon Sports Dragon Slugger. Now there is kind of still an issue here. We have an absolute ton of dragons in the discard pile. This is the most damage we could possibly deal. But if it's not enough, then it's not enough. We swing in with Dragorite. And we see Phantom Bind. That's only 200. But we get there just barely, squeaking by. With 100 life points, we managed to win that game. Absolutely crazy. That was incredibly dangerous. We definitely could have lost. I think if they played it a little bit differently, they probably would have been able to find the 100 damage. But we managed to pull it through. Alright, so this time, we are going second. We don't have any high-level monsters, and we do have a Triad Drago. So the best we can hope for is that we draw a high-level monster, and the opponent brings out a level 7. If both of these conditions are met, we can safely play the Triad Drago for an extra draw. But if we don't, then it's too risky. So we have the opportunity to potentially get a 6th card, but we don't want to overextend. So instead, we are unfortunately just setting 3 monsters and passing for this turn. It sucks that we can't punish the Boogie Master play, but we did what we could, which is nothing. I play a little bit of speed duels, but I don't really do much on stream or for videos outside of the rush. Just because I wanted to keep the channel content kind of consistent, and rush is definitely what I play the most of, so that's what I aimed for. So we do see 2 set cards. That is pretty threatening, but we did at least finally find a high-level monster. Not the optimal one, but it's good enough. Summon 2 non-level 3 monsters, and Triad Drago lets us draw an extra card. Then we Tribute Summon for Gravity Press. Gravity Press Dragon can activate the effect, tossing a Dragonic Pressure and weakening Dianketo the Boogie Master by 700. Set the second Dragonic Pressure and activate Dragonic Resonance. Unfortunately, we do have 3 dragon monsters in the graveyard, which means a Phantom Bind is able to stop us, and we see the light up indicating they do indeed have it. Oh, I misplayed. I should have swung into it first to force the Phantom Bind out, and then I could have guaranteed the destruction on the second attack unless they had 2 Phantom Binds. So instead, we are going to have to just kind of end it here and wait for another opportunity. There was an argument to kind of force them to use the Phantom Bind and take the 100 damage, but I try to avoid hitting into the Phantom Binds whenever I can, since Dragonic Slayer has the opportunity to potentially destroy them. Prima Gatarna is pretty devastating. This is a huge board. And how is our Dragonic Pressure looking? We have no Sports Dragons in the graveyard at all. So it might be time to start walling up again. Let's see what we get. A Dragius, huh? Phoenix Dragon could cycle us into a Gravity Press. But does that help? I don't think it does. Let's set some monsters. Bring out the Gravity Press Dragon. And we are just trying to dig for sports dragons. Activate Bunker Strike. And we find one. So let's put the rest on the bottom of the deck. That's 1, 2. We could keep the Slayer to try to pop the Phantom Bind. But that seems really risky. So instead we're putting it on the bottom. And we are just going to set our other monsters. We activate Dragonic Resonance. And we are at 2,800. However, we have 8 dragons in the graveyard. So we are forced to attack the Kanan. Who we definitely cannot beat either of the other monsters. We do see the Phantom Bind coming out, which is interesting. I don't know whether that implies they have the other. But what it does do is puts them at 4,900. That is an expertly designed Phantom Bind to prevent me from popping off with my Dragonic Pressure combos. I think this player really knows what they're doing. Unfortunately, we are taking a huge load of damage here. So the question is, how do we survive it? 4,800, huh? We can deal a decent amount. And maybe that's really all we can hope for. We could also bring out monsters, but that doesn't seem great to me. Especially if they do have a second Phantom Bind. So let's Dragonic Pressure. Toss all of these sports dragons away. And then instead of trying to win the game off of this Dragonic Pressure, we are just trying to get some damage in, scalp the field, and hole up. So Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, and set the Triad Drago. This does still lose to a second Prima Gotarna, but this also loses to most high levels anyway. It is a second Phantom Bind. That is really rough for us. And if they are playing monsters in attack mode, they definitely have the answer. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream, Lorenzo. Alright, so they brought out 2 Currybots, and let's see which monster is ending my game. It is none other than the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. We had a wonderful win streak all the way from Gold 1 to Gold 5, but all good things must come to an end. So they are bringing out a true devastating double Dragius board. That is 5,200 points of damage coming my way. I don't think there is anything I could possibly do about that. Going from an empty board to 2 Dragius is incredible. And with 4 attacks, no amount of defense position monsters was saving me. Luckily, you cannot derank in gold. So since we managed to just hit Gold 5, it's kind of just a nice preserved section. If we want to lose, it's best to do it right now, after we finish the rank up. And thank you for tuning in, Lorenzo. I hope you have a good night. Alright, we are up first in this next game. Let's see if we can go ahead and turn things around. Definitely hoping to draw a low level here, and we get there. So let's set this, this one, and then the Gravity Press Dragon. We're gonna keep the Bunker Strike for the future turns. Dark Sorcerer, so they are on the generic aggro deck. Presumably with Mystic Dealer if we're seeing Dark Sorcerers. And a Tribute Monster. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragias is going to be able to clear 2 of my monsters. But it looks like they don't have any other monsters. And they actually miss the Gravity Fest Dragon I set right in front of them, which I think is just very funny. So we flip over Gravity Fest Dragon and they are getting punished hard. Sports Dragon Pitcher and Triad Drago mean I get to draw an extra card. Then I'm gonna get Bunker Strike. And I'm going to be able to set up my combo by using Gravity Fest Dragon to send the other Sports Dragon to the graveyard and weaken Dragias in the process. We summon a Winged Dragon, and we are going to avoid using Bunker Strike here, as we don't want to put another monster in the discard pile. We head to battle and swing in. The face down card, I think it is Phantom Bind, so it's something to look out for. But they are already down to just 1600, so once this Dragonic Pressure combo goes off, the game is going to be quite over. As long as we draw some high level monsters, we should be good to go. I don't think there's any way they deal 6,000 damage through my board, but we will see. Thunder the Thunder is coming out. And we know they have a high-level monster of some kind because they didn't play it next to the Dragias. However, if that card was just the Seven's Road Witch, we are in a pretty good spot. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragias does have its effect and can destroy both of my major monsters here. But missing the Gravity Fest Dragon last turn just turns this into such an advantageous state for us. It's impossible to lose. Let's use Dragonic Pressure and discard 3 monsters. And as you can see in our hand, we once again have the 4,800 damage combo. Activate the effect of Sports Dragon Pitcher, and we don't even need to use Dragonic Slayer to destroy the face down card, as we have 2 monsters that can attack. And either one of them is going to be game. Let's go ahead and activate our Dragonic Resonance skill and get in for lethal. That is 2,800 to the dome. I can use the Phantom Bind, but it is not enough. And it's actually not even enough to stop the Dragonic Slayer. We deal exact lethal for 1,600. I'll send them over the nice, and we'll head over to the next round. Let's see if we can keep this up. To hit King of Games is definitely a bit of a challenge, as you need to go on a 5-win streak. Sure, we managed to do that a little bit earlier, but it definitely takes a lot of luck to win 5 times in a row. Even if you have a 70% win rate, it's a pretty low odds thing to happen. Looks like they are up first, which is great because this hand would just be an instant loss if we were up first. We need to draw a low-level monster and then fix things with Bunker Strike. We are in a ton of danger if we don't find a low-level monster right here. Oh, well, that is concerning. I think we have to just Dragonic Pressure, kind of clear out our hand a little bit. 1, 2, 3. keep the Slayer so we have something for later, and pass. We are up against a Beetle deck, so hope is not lost, as there is a chance they just have a bunch of 0 attack monsters in their hand, and we are able to survive for a while. We'll have to wait and kind of just see what happens. Obviously, a Dragius is a huge pain for us to deal with, though. But, if there's any deck we can make this comeback against, it's this one. Oh, and they actually are running a huge deck, too. So, yeah, so we can either choose to destroy all of their monsters, or to set the Dragonic Pressure. And I think setting the Dragonic Pressure has to be the right play. So if that is the case, we just set these two, bring out the Dragonic Slayer, we'll push in for a little bit of damage, and clear one of the 2 set monsters. Bring out the Dragorite, and activate Dragonic Resonance. 1 and 2. We get our 300 damage, and we'll take out one of those 1400s. Though it could also be one of the low-level ones. They are running a full 40-card deck, which makes me think they have every single level 1 in the game. They're probably running the Skull Servants, the Grass, Volcanic Rats, etc. Which means there is a chance they brick. And that's gonna be how we get to a victory. If we find a card like Dragius, just as planned, we are going to be able to make a pretty big push. 1 and 2. And then we bring out the Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. Activate the effect of Dragius. Activate Dragonic Resonance. Boost and boost. And then we head into the battle phase. Take out 1. Take out the other 2 with Dragius. And then clean for Dragonic Slayer. I'm not sure what the magical ghosts are here for, as that is not a level 1 monster. Alright, so we are just about threatening lethal with our Dragonic Pressure. If they don't have anything this turn, I think that should be it. But they do bring out a Elite Spice. And funnily enough, I think the card they want to take out might be the Dragonic Slayer. They choose correctly. Oh, but we find another one. So if this is a KO, even without the Dragonic Pressure, we just tribute off for Dragonic Slayer, pop that back row, and that is going to be it. Bring out another monster, just to be safe. Activate the skill. 1 and 2. Dragius uses the effect, and we can battle. Take out 1. Take out 2. And Dragonic Slayer gets there. We will send them the nice and head on to the next round. Heading back to the arena as there is a connection blip, and we are at 2 wins. If we can get 3 more wins in a row, we will hit the King of Games. But 3 games in a row, kind of complicated. Definitely far from guaranteed. We are up against, I think this might be the first Yuga we have seen in a long time. If it's a Seven's Road XL deck, it could be an issue for us, as they have a ton of level 6 monsters that make my Triad Dragos less than optimal. They do bring out a Mystic Dealer, but they leave it right in attack mode. That is an interesting decision. I'm definitely going to go here and here, and then Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. And then the question is, do I go for the Twin Edge Dragon to take out both? Oh, it doesn't really matter. Wow. Okay. Sports Dragons. Yeah, so the thing is I can either clear the board or I can set up Sports Dragons for the future. I think I do want to set up the Sports Dragons. So, bottom of the deck. Oh, okay. And I can go 1, 2, and then I can still discard the Sports Dragon if I put out the Twin Edge. But that's so much more damage that I'm opening myself up for that I think the Twin Edge is going away. We set Pitcher, and then summon Dragorite, and it will just beat over the cards that we have in front of us. That's 1 down, and a pretty big chunk of life as well. And then 2. Interesting that they're running Wolfang. That could suggest that rather than 7's XL Road, this is a Road Magic Explosion deck. Because normally you just see Fire Golem. And we do see a full Meteor Impact. So this is Explosion Drive. I don't believe it. We'll see how this goes. Oh, and that is a terrible draw. Oh wait, never mind. There is a Phoenix Dragon right there. Let's activate the effect, ditch our other Sports Dragon, grab it back the Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, tribute off 2 monsters, 1 and 2, and now both Sports Dragons are in the discard pile. We have Dragorite out, we have Dragonic Pressure set. Let's filter some cards. And what we can do here is send a bunch of stuff to the bottom. That's 1, 2, and we already have a pressure, so 3. Then we summon Dragius, and our board is looking quite powerful. We are going to clear everything they have and get a little bit of damage in the meantime. Let's go ahead, activate Dragonic Resonance, boost this up, deal our bit of damage, and clear out the 2 defense position monsters. Flame Manipulator, a random fire monster, of course. And their last card in hand should be another random low level. If it was a 7-zone Magician, they would have summoned it last turn. We see Mystic Dealer. They are digging for high level monsters. Ansler comes out, and they set this card without using the Explosion Drive skill. Which means it should be something else. They take out my monster, but is that enough? Let's find out. The answer is a resounding no. Once more, we are performing 4,800 points of damage. Discard 3, Special summon Sports Dragon Pitcher. Use the effect of Pitcher to summon Slugger. Slugger and Pitcher both get tributed for Dragonic Slayer. Summon out the Dragorite alongside it, then activate Dragonic Resonance to boost both of them by 500. Finally, Dragonic Slayer can activate its effect, destroying the face-down card, which was indeed a Phantom Bind. We get in and finish the game. Send them over a nice for the troubles. And that's our 4th Bunker Strike. We got the SR ticket, and there's really nothing to use it on. They added Harpy Lady, but of course I did get the Harpy Lady during the event. So I kind of wish the rewards were at least all glossy this season, because it's like, really no point in these reward tickets. If the pool only has 1 or 2 cards, we're gonna be forced to grab multiple copies of them when we are already maxed out. Looks like my opponent is going first. Our hand is a little bit more suited for going first, but it isn't terrible either. We'll be able to put up a bit of a counter offensive and hopefully not take too much damage ourselves. They set 3. And I could go for a Twin Edge Drago. Oh, perfect. With 4 low-level monsters, we are actually going to be just fine. Perform the Tribute Summon. And then, unfortunately, we are opening ourselves up for damage, but we can't really just let them sit on an 8-card board either, as that is how we get hit by an absolute ton of high-level monsters in 1 turn. Water Magician is an Aqua, so this is some kind of weird aggro deck. I guess Water Magician is their water target. I don't know why they needed something in addition to Mystic Dealer, but maybe they aren't running any Mystic Dealer, and this is more of a mishmash. If so, I would be expecting to see maybe Harpy Lady as the wind attribute. Unfortunately, they have Currybot anyway, meaning they can bring out a 2-boss monster board. And obviously, with cards like these, they are getting tributed off. A Dragius here is devastating for sure. So that's 1500. And they have a set too. Okay. They didn't use Thunder the Thunder, which means that the last card in their hand is something that they want to keep. Probably something along the lines of another Dragius, which is quite terrifying. Especially since they have a random face down. Let's see what we draw. No high-level monsters. Makes this a real pain. If they have Dragius, we lose even with the reset monsters, as they can swing in with both of them. But I mean, I can deal 1500, which is okay, I guess. So I think we do Dragonic Pressure. Special Summon. Or I could hold up for a turn and kind of wait and see. Because if it's a 7-sword Magician instead of another Dragius, we're kind of fine. So, it seems a bit odd, but I think this is the right play here. It is going overall pretty well. We went on a win streak from gold 1 all the way to gold 5. We're at 3 wins currently, I think. But of course, getting to Kings of Games is pretty difficult. You need to win 5 in a row, and this round doesn't seem to be going all too great for us. 7-Sword Witch, okay. That's not too bad. But what is the other card? If it was a 2-2 beat monster, they would have brought it out. If it was a low-level monster, they would have brought it out. And if it's a spell, they would have said it. So, I'm actually keeping a Sports Dragon on board. Which means if I draw some high levels, we can put in some work. Definitely going to use this effect right away. Activate Sports Dragon Slugger. Bring back the Sports Dragon Pitcher. Next up is Bunker Strike. We do need to be a little bit wary of back row here. As you can see, our cards engraved, we already have 9 dragons, and it's going to be even more. So, Phoenix Dragon is up next. Use the effect, discard, and we want to bring back Dragonic Slayer. Bring out another monster. And then Tribute Summon. And now we have 2 level 7s, so we can pop one of the 2 back row. That's not bad. Next up is Dragorite. And we use the skill to boost these 2. Now we can head into the battle phase. And we do have 1 Dragonic Pressure. So 1200 would mean we win by 100 here. It is a second Phantom Bind, so hopefully we are able to trick them. And I think we get there. They waste their Phantom Bind 1 attack early. And we are about to deal an absolute ton of damage to them. If they had just held off on the Phantom Bind, they would have been able to destroy my Dragorite for free and inflict some pretty nasty damage. But now we are in a pretty good spot. Legend Draw is going to bring that Summon Skull into their hand. And I'm pretty sure they have a low level ready to go. So Thunder the Thunder? Sure. That's fine. If they want to spend a card just for 300 attack, I'm definitely surviving this turn. The grind has been going pretty well, Rafflesia. So I'm currently in gold 5 already. So I guess the title of the stream is a little bit incorrect. As I just hit gold 5 so quickly, I didn't want to end the stream so early. So we are currently 3 wins. If we can manage to pull out this one, we will be on, I think, a rank up game. But I cannot count my chickens before they hatch. There is a huge 7-Sword Magician staring me drown. And then, of course, the Summon Skull is coming out. Yeah, so we knew from cards like Gazelle, they couldn't be on the 7's Axel Road. Oh, and the Dragius. But they are dealing a pretty significant amount of damage here. It's nothing that, you know, say a Dragius and some big other monsters can't handle. But, that is kind of rough. Wait, hold on. No, we can't pressure, as we would lose all of our monsters. So instead we need to summon, Bunker Strike, and then try to dig into more monsters. Let's use Bunker Strike's effect to draw 2 cards. Oh, and a Phoenix Dragon. That's kind of interesting. but I'm seeing my internet is having some issues. So I'm turning off the music for now, putting cards on the bottom of the deck. 1, 2. Set this, then Gravity Press Dragon. And we are going to use the effect of Gravity Press Dragon to weaken the Summon Skull. Activate the skill. And we'll get in for some damage. Battle phase. Gravity Press Dragon takes out the Summon Skull. And then Bunker Strike defeats Seven's Road Magician. We end turn. And now hopefully we are able to close things out on our next turn. Taking out a double boss monster board is great for us, but they do still have 2 Dragias left in deck, which means it's pretty likely they draw into one. Oh, well, Rafflesia, I might indeed be joining you in the losing on a 3-game win streak club. Really depends what they bring out this turn. Seven's Road Witch, I can handle. And a set card. Could that be another Phantom Bind? We've seen 2 of them already, so the odds that the third one is there are relatively high. We have gone through both of our Phoenix Dragons already, but we draw into the Slayer, which is exactly what we needed. Set to Triad Dragos, and then Tribute Summon a Dragonic Slayer. Activate the effect to destroy that back row. And then the skill is over 1,000 damage for each attack, so we should be on our way to a victory. As it should be 1,300 times 2. Battle phase, swing in, and swing in. That was a really close game. I'm glad we didn't disconnect there. I don't know whether or not to risk turning on the music again. But that was 4 games, I think. Let's go ahead and double check real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be the King of Games rank up, as we just need 1 more win. And we will see if we get there or not. Our opponent, Gavin Sogetsu. We are going first. This is the final potential, maybe, if we're lucky, showdown. We draw 3 low-level monsters and a Dragonic Pressure. This is a good opening turn, but unfortunately, we don't see any sports dragons just yet, so we're still waiting. Let's see what they bring out. They are also setting monsters, but that could be a bluff. They might tribute them for a card like Yami Ruler. However, they pass it back. We draw. We have a Twin-Edged Dragon. That is going to help us push through and deal some damage. We activate the effect of Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike, trying to dig our way to a Sports Dragon pitcher. We don't find it, but we do see a Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. We are going to send cards to the bottom of the deck. We don't need this Gravity Press Dragon or this Dragonic Slayer. We can keep one of our high-level monsters, so we'll send away Dragorite. Next, set the Sports Dragon Slugger. Then, flip over Twin-Edged Dragon. We get a 5 attack board if we play this right. activate the skill. 1 and 2. Then tribute summon for Dragius. Despite what you may think, we are tributing Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Then summon Dragorite. Activate the effect of Twin Edge Dragon, so now it can attack twice. Activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, and it can attack twice. Battle. Those are all level 4 and lower monsters, meaning they are guaranteed to have 1400 or less defense. Destroy 2 of them with Twin Edge Dragon. Destroy 1 with Dragius. This means it can gain a second attack. Dragorite and Dragius attack directly for 4,000 damage. My opponent is down to just 2,000, and it's their turn. I have all 6,000, and I have a Dragonic Pressure set. As long as I get through this turn, they concede. And that's it. We have hit King of Games while barely losing at all. Actually, an incredible run. We have a total of 24 cumulative wins in the season, and some of those are in speed duels. Absolutely. Let me go over the deck. So, Fate Zero, I do actually have a YouTube video on, if not this exact list, a really similar one. But since you're here and asking, I figure I'll give you the live explanation. So, this is Dragonic Resonance. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. If not because you already play, because you've seen me be playing it for the last hour or so. But Dragonic Resonance, if you bring out a Dragonic Slayer, Gravity Press Dragon, Bunker Strike, or Triad Drago, you can boost 2 of your monsters by 500 attack. This has a lot of applications, such as letting Dragonic Slayer use its effect by ensuring you'll have another level 7 or higher monster on the field. It means your monsters can attack, even if Sports Dragon Slugger or Sports Dragon Pitcher have used their effect, which would otherwise prevent level 6 and lower monsters from attacking. It helps manipulate the levels for Triad Drago. And just overall means that boosting by 500 lets Dragonic Slayer and Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike beat over cards like Dragius that they otherwise couldn't. It also means Twin Edge Dragon, as you saw in that last game, can safely attack opposing monsters. Without fear of them being 1400 walls. Yeah, so the deck has a couple of different variants you can run. Currently I'm on this list. Changes that you can make are 1 Phoenix Dragon for another Dragius, 1 Dragonic Pressure for the 3rd Gravity Press. If you're an absolute mad lad, you could run 3 Phantom Bind instead of Dragonic Pressure, because nobody's going to expect this deck to be on binds. So you can actually get a lot of surprise hits with it. I do not recommend it though, as if you look back through the games we played today, so many players were on the generic aggro pile deck, where Phantom Bind does nothing. So Dragonic Pressure, much better. I think this is definitely a strong deck, but it can get bad luck streaks. There will be some days I lose, 4 or 5 games in a row. Just because I'm too busy drawing all of these high-level monsters. The things that help are going to 2 Phoenix Dragon versus just the 1, and having 3 Bunker Strike. these really up the consistency of your plays. And you can see during several games that I was basically summoning Bunker Strike to filter for the deck and get to my Dragonic Pressure combos. I was placing pressures on the bottom of the deck when I didn't need them anymore, and otherwise managing to make it work. I did get a lot of good opening hands where I was able to find what I need. My opponents did make some mistakes and so on. But we made it. All the way from Gold 1 to King of Games in just over 2 hours. I feel like based on the titles of the streams I went for today, I should kind of end things here, but I'm kind of interested in playing some more. So, what to do? We could try a different deck. Oh, KoG. Yeah, I could do some speed duels if people want to. I typically don't stream very much speed content because I know the people on the... I guess mostly because it's so hard to find people playing Rush. I feel like I want to be a space for people who go onto, you know, Twitch or YouTube and it's just all speed streamers. I am doing very slow off-stream grinding of the KC Cup. I did do my 4 matches today. But I guess first, let me edit the stream title. As we have hit, we have hit King of Games, so I will go ahead and update the title. And maybe we play until we lose a match with the dragons, and then we play some spellcasters. Or if anyone has suggestions for other decks they want to see, let me know. But, I guess let's go ahead and queue up for another round. Oh, and it's actually taking a while. One thing that I definitely forgot about was that since we are so early in the month, not very many people are going to be in the King of Games rank, which means finding a match could actually be kind of difficult. So I will let the chatters decide. I know there are a couple of people on Twitch and a few more over on YouTube. So if there's a strong consensus to go play speed duels instead, I do not mind. But if you'd also prefer I continue playing Rush, definitely let me know that too. Kind of want to get a feel for what the audience is looking for. Obviously if we can't find any opponents, that does make it a little bit more difficult to do Rush content. But another thing I'm always down for is if anyone would like to play against me, I am open to making a duel room and playing against viewers. So if anyone has a wacky Rush deck they want to try out, I will not bring, you know, the super powerful dragon deck to a duel room. I would definitely be down to do some more casual matches if anyone else would like to play alongside me. Rafflesia, I think. So, King of Games, very, very rarely I will get matched with someone in, like, bronze rank, but I've never really seen it with, gold players. I think there's just some kind of, like, bug that makes it very occasionally mismatch it wildly, but it's not like cross duel where you can rank in between different colors. I think gold players are generally almost always matched with gold. Alright, so Omarion, I will definitely take you on since this matching is taking a while. In that case, I will edit the stream titles once again. Rush Duel Room with viewers. And I will go ahead and make one. Rest in peace, Cross Duel. Claim that, and then, oh, it actually is over in the PvP arena. So then, Duel Room. Let's create one. We want Rush Duels, for sure. Type casual, probably. We'll have plenty of space for anyone who wants to join. If anyone wants, I am always down to do an unlimited room and experience the full power of Dragia's format. But recruit members off, spectators are fine. View replays, enter as a member. Dual timer 180 sounds good. Confirm, and let me put up the info for anyone who wants to join. Add text. Create a new one. Duel room info. And room ID is 979993. Move that here, and that's very hard to see, so we will be changing it to black text. And we should be good to go. Anyone is free to join who wants to play. Doesn't have to be against me. If you know, 4 or 5 people show up in the room, feel free to play against each other as well. So I gotta choose what deck I am bringing in first. Let's see what's interesting. Let's see. This one is always cool to play, and I get to show off all of my prismatic Gaias, so that'll be fun. Unfortunately, my Harpy ladies aren't glossy. How unfortunate. I'll make this one active, change the active character, and just kind of chill out for a little bit. I'll sign up for the room, and anyone who wants to hop on in is free. Feel free to bring any deck you want. I absolutely do not mind getting clowned on by the viewers. Oh, but while we are waiting, I'm actually gonna start working on another wacky little deck. Let's go with, what character should I pick? I'll pick Roman. And it's going to be a beetle build. So we want to filter for those level 1 monsters. Get those curry bots, Roman pick. Oh, congrats for ranking up to gold 2, Fate Zero. I hope the rest of your climb goes as smoothly as that one. So we've got wind, water, light, earth, dark, and fire. That should be everything we need from the level 1 monsters. Next, let's toss in the Dragius and the beetles. But then, it's time for our secret tech. We bring in a couple of copies of Forest. And I don't think this is enough high levels, so cut one of you and the cats for some 7-zone magicians. And this is Forest Critters. Set up the skill. We'll probably go with Starter Deal. But actually we'll use Tribute Boost, as being able to turn a beetle into a level 7 sounds really useful. Change the active deck, change the active character, and let's see if anyone has joined the duel room. Not yet. Yeah. So, oh, Marianne, are you still, there? Oh, alrighty. I will definitely take you on Fate Zero. Hopefully you'll be able to do a little bit better, here. Then it sounds like your ranked experience has been a bit of a grind. So some casual games to help detilt, and remember, the point of the game is always to be having fun. So if you're feeling stressed with ranked, always just take a break and come back to it later. You have literally all month to try to get to whatever rank you want. Alright, so it looks like we have a player ready. Good luck and have fun. Alright, so a Yuga. This could be the aggro deck, it could be 7's XL Road, it could be a Road Magic Explosion. It looks like they are going first, so let's see what kind of info we can glean from the cards they play, if any. There is always a good chance they just set some cards and end turn, which seems to be the case. Oh, but only 2. If we draw another monster, we can get some value. We set 2 and bring out the Dragius. Activate the effect, and as long as we don't mill Gazelle, we shouldn't have any other beast-type monsters in the graveyard. So we head to battle, and we are getting in for a guaranteed 2,500. 1400s were quite powerful defenders. It's a good thing we did not mill Gazelle, or we would have had to swing twice with Dragius into monsters, and it would have been 1,000 damage lost. Well, actually, I don't think they even have the Phantom Bind. Now that I think about it, it didn't pop up when I went to attack, so this is probably a recovery force, given the amount of spellcaster monsters we are seeing. And with fire, it's almost definitely explosion. So, if you look at my field in my hand, you can't really tell that I'm playing a funny, more casual deck. But then you look over at the graveyard, and it's a completely different story. But this just kind of feels, or what am I trying to say? I think this is why the Beetle deck is so good. is that your high-end monsters, if you're doing the things that you want to be, you can barely tell that I'm playing what's actually just like a tier 3 deck. Oh, so it was a Phantom Bind. We just didn't have any monsters that could trigger it before. So we get Force on the field, and Gazelle is going to finish this up, unfortunately. So we're going to have to swap over to the Blue Falcon for the next round, because I think the Beetle decks are just a little bit too powerful for what I'm going for here. Thank you for the game, and I will definitely play some more. Though I do see someone else is in the room, so I'm going to do a swap back and forth. So set this one. Is it hopefully active now? Yep, looks like we're good. So I will queue up against the next opponent. And it looks like there are 4 players in here. So Zero, feel free to fight against Marion while I take on Sterne. And we'll see how this one goes. This time we are up against a Roman. Oh, yeah, Rafflesia, the event ending takes forever. Alright, so my hand is interesting. If we were going first, this would be great. But against someone who's actually establishing a board, I'm not so sure. We see the Side Stage Bouncer, and we have to be worried about that Severing Psychic Wall. Luckily, we do have just the thing for it, which is activating our own skill. Let's bring out Gaia the Fierce Knight and use Blue Falcon formation to lower the opponent's monster by 800 points. Now, even if they have a way to raise it by 500, it won't make a difference. We get in for 2600 and pass turn. So pretty good chance that the face down card is a Lullabind or a Climax Finale, but we can't discount the possibility of Phantom Bind just yet. Prima Gatarna coming out, and that's a clean answer to Gaia the Fierce Knight, though paying an extra 1000 life points could be rough. And with Silent Assailant or a Side Stage Bouncer even, my field is completely getting blown away. Psychic Drive, not the one I was expecting. But it works just as well to clear out my board. And they get to save the 1000 life points. Good play. Let's see what I draw into. Ooh, I have a pretty good hand. So Seahorse Carrier is able to recycle my Lamoon. I can bring out the Lamoon, and then bring in Gaia the Fierce Knight. Then Seahorse Carrier can go a second time, providing just absolutely crazy value. And I can now bring out the Yami Ruler on top of Gaia the Fierce Knight. But that is not all. Yami Ruler activates its effect, and Inandes the Fire Awakener is going to switch it right back to attack mode. Next, Blue Falcon formation activates and weakens Prima Gatarna. Battle. Swing into this, and it is a Phantom Bind. And yes, plus minus, we are definitely feeling some rush. Feel free to join into the duel room. We're just unwinding a little bit after hitting King of Games. taking on whatever viewers want to play. As you can see, I'm using some slightly more casual decks than usual. Got Blue Falcon formation, did a Beetle round earlier. And we're playing against, you know, stuff like Psychics, which are pretty solid, but not the top of the meta by any means. Oh, Music Performer in attack position and pass is definitely going to be the end of the game. It's possible that they forgot about the delay directive, as we did have the Yami Ruler in attack mode. But that is going to be that game. I'm going to spectate the match between these two, and then I'm going to fight Homarion next, since they were the first one who said they wanted to duel. Oh, welcome, Robert. How are you doing? I love that profile picture. The little Drifloon floating over the ocean. Incredible. Alright, so let's see how Zero and Omarion are doing. Oh, we see a Crawling Dragon. And Tortoise agreed. Is this just the Yuga starter deck? Oh, Strange Force. Okay. I will try to build that after my next game. So I think Omarion is definitely on the ropes here. Crawling Dragon is not much of a boss monster. Oh, but we see maybe a Max Raider. That is good enough to take out the Darkness Crested Hawk. Zero is going to need to draw a high level. And Fate Zero is back in the chat, meaning this has probably been finished already. But, since we started spectating late, there's no fast forward button. Oh, but that's actually exact lethal. That is a pretty wild game. Alright, so I'm gonna build up a Strange Forces deck, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I think it's really easy to forget about the Yami Ruler when it gets switched to attack mode. So for my duel against Marion, I'm going to go for Strange Forces. So the way this works is that if Strange Cat is on my field, I can boost a spellcaster type monster and set Recovery Force. So it gets a lot of recursion. So let's filter down to spellcasters and start by filling that out. Heavily want to get 3 Strange Cat in there to fit the requirements. And let's see, do I have to be running exclusively spellcasters? The skill of the only level 4 higher monsters. So my low level monsters can be anything. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 6, 7, 8. Probably room for one more. I'll toss a Dark Magician Girl in there for the fun of it. And then maybe some... Oh, we need the 3 Recovery Force, of course. And we have plenty of Earth. So we're going to turn those into Currybot. And then lastly, Thunder the Thunder could be pretty strong. So we're going to go 2 and 2 for 2 copies of Thunder the Thunder. Since it's level 3 or lower, it's fine to run. Alright, so this should be a quick little Strange Forces build, and we'll take it up against the next opponent. Here's Omarion, perfect. I'll go ahead and send the challenge. Yeah, the Phantom Binds. I got lucky that all of my low-level monsters were aquas instead of the various warriors in the deck. Avoiding the Phantom Binds definitely helped. Alright, so we do have a strange cat. Oh, but we don't have any recovery forces to recur with it, which is unfortunate. We see a red medicine. And Doriado. Mammoth Graveyard. Oh, and a big Dark Magician coming out. That's gonna be a tough monster to beat over. Even with Torn of the Windweaver, I don't have enough attack. So we'll see if we have anything that can deal with it. We do get a recovery force. But how does my skill work again? I need to read the skill text. How much of an attack boost does it give? And level 6 or lower. 500. That's just barely not enough. So, unfortunately, I made a mistake. As I would only be at 2100. So I'm setting a monster, and I have to just end my turn there. This Dark Magician has proven to be a problem. I'm gonna need a 7-zone Magician in order to beat over it. I don't think there's a single other card in my deck that is able to get that high. Maybe this is why I need the Axel Wonder Splats, as they can go up to 1800, and then 23 with the skill, which would then just barely be enough. Or Ansler. Ansler can get to, it can get to 2600 or to 2500, and that's enough to at least trade. Darkness Approaches, probably being used to unbrick the hand, as they don't really have any benefit to setting my monster. In fact, they are losing out on 1000 damage. I'm not sure that was the right play. But they do clear both of my monsters pretty easily, so we can go to the next turn. Until we find a 7-zone Magician, we are forced to just keep setting up monsters. But we actually do find it pretty quickly. Bring out a Currybot, a cat, Mystic Dealer. We don't need to use the dealer. We can just tribute 1 and 2. Next, we mill with 7-zone Magician. Then Recovery Force. Let's get some low-level monsters back into the deck, including the Strange Cat, which can help cycle the recovery forces even further. Then Fire Golem comes out. Then a Torn of the Windweaver. And now we activate our skill. Strange Forces. Changes this cat to defense position. Boosts Torna. And sets Recovery Force. It's putting in a lot of work here. Battle phase, and we beat over the Dark Magician and the Torn of the Windweaver. From the battle we spectated earlier, we did see that the opponent, or that they were running a Trick Pigeon. So this is probably a Lightning Bolt Condor deck. We'll have to be wary that we don't get hit by a massive debuff. Blue Medicine is going to increase the life points a little bit more. And Harpy Girl. If it's in attack mode, there's almost certainly a bigger monster coming out soon. Let's see what they go for. Oh, a 1 tribute. It's Diabolic King Beetle. Not a card I was expecting to see. How many level 1 monsters do they have set up? It looks like there aren't any. But 1700 is enough to beat Torna the Windweaver. So maybe that is what they are going for. Alright, so they take out Torna, inflict 100, but with no other monsters on the field to protect them. This is looking pretty rough. Let's go ahead and bring out Mystic Dealer. This will help us set up some extra monsters in the graveyard. Then Dark Magician Girl and Seven's Road to Witch are both able to come out. Since my opponent has a Dark Magician, I'm actually getting the buff. I can Seven's Road to Magician and Battle Phase. We'll swing in, and I think that might be game. 3900 and GG's. If I saw there was a spectator in the room, so if you want to play another round. Oh, I see someone else is here, so let's go ahead and send them a challenge. I didn't quite read if it was Catnip or Cantrip. Alright, so Cantrip 7. Oh, so you must be pretty new to the game. If there's only one event completed. Did you join for the rush? Oh, welcome to the chat. Or, well, I mean, welcome to the duel room. Plus, minus. Looks like I am up first. And I'm going for a Rush Duel Classic. We're going to be setting a bunch of cards and ending our turn. Go ahead. Let's see what we're up against. Luke could be, it could be the pure dragon deck. It could be an aggro deck. It could be, oh, well, Dragonic Pressure definitely narrows the playing field. It could still technically be, one of the sillier skills, but it's probably Dragonic Resonance. Our hand is pretty solid. Let's bring out Currybot. We don't have a Currybot to recur, but that is fine. Seven's Road Witch is already a plenty strong card on its own. We bring out the Seven's Road Magician, and Seven's Road Witch gains 400 attack. Though, as Fire Golem is not able to beat over... Oh! Actually, Fire Golem's effect activates. And we can beat Triad Drago with our weaker monster before getting in for a massive 5,300. And then we pass it back. This has to be maybe the third time I've ever actually successfully used Fire Golem's effect. It almost never comes up. And I think you all could tell by the commentary, I had completely forgotten about it. Until I was looking at the board and saw the Fire Golem, I was like, wait, it actually can just defeat it. So this is actually probably a misplay from, this, well, I guess if I drew a Seven's Road Magician, it was beating Dragius either way. 700 is so low, that it's not too bad of a play, actually. Oh, but here's what I mean. So check this out. Mystic Dealer into Dark Magician Girl. Strange Cat. And then we activate the skill. The cat goes to defense position, and Magician Girl is boosted. Since there is an attack position Winged Dragon on the field, instead of being set last turn, I can just walk into it and win the game, instead of having to deal with the Dragius. That's something to always be looking at. when you get your opponent low, they have to start setting monsters, or just kind of hope that you brick. I'm going to change up my deck, because I know Omarion's playing a little bit of a starter deck, so we're gonna do the same. Probably not that one, probably the Luke deck, and then I'll take on Omarion again. We'll set this one as our deck of choice. And we'll see how we do. Queue on up and send a challenge. Now, I know Omarion does have that Dark Magician in the deck, so I am going to be in some trouble if they find it early on. But we do have the Dragius to help out on our end. And thank you for the game, by the way, plus minus. I'm down to go again after this one if you want. Alright, an interesting opening hand. Lots of nice low-level monsters to set. Gonna get rid of this one, this one, this one, and do I keep this one? I think I might. Just because the level of the cards in this deck are relatively low quality. It's possible that this is the best thing I'm gonna see for a while. Let's see what the opponent is bringing out. A Dragorite. And that's the kind of stuff I'm going to need my Dragonite of Darkness to deal with. Alright, yeah, no problem. Plus minus. I'll bring a slightly better deck than my last game too. Alright, so they are heading into the battle phase, taking out 2 of my monsters, but that means one of them is sticking around. I'll draw some cards, and not anything great, but we'll go ahead and activate the spell cards. Might as well. And then we'll bring out our own Dragonite of Darkness. This will be able to take out the opposing Dragorite, and we'll set up some defenses as well. And we have a nice little 800 life point lead. Let's see how it goes. A Sparks to help equalize that life point gap, but I'm not worried about it. Every spell card that comes down means there aren't monsters to threaten me. Wow, that was so many spells. And I think I can now trade away the Dragonite of Darknesses to try to get in for some big damage. It's time for a push. Oh, and with Dragius, that is crazy. This is probably the most aggressive hand this deck could have drawn. I now get to keep 2 Dragonite of Darkness. I was perfectly content to trade it away, but with a board like this, this might be sealing the deal. Let's go ahead, activate Dragius' effect. Hit them with the concussive electrostatic shock ball. And then get in for a ton of damage. And the Inferno of Infinite Destruction leaves them at just 200. They're going to need an incredible draw in order to out my board. If Dragius survives, it's just about over. But we see a Triad Drago, potentially allowing them to draw extra cards. Dragon Bat coming out, but that's also a level 3. And that means Triad Drago isn't going to be able to activate the effect. But we see a Dragonic Slayer. Could this be a Dragonic Resonance deck? Capable of boosting Slayer to 2800? Yeah, I actually do have a deck profile for the Dragon Knight of Darkness skill up on the YouTube channel. It's one of the lesser viewed videos just because it's a bit of a meme deck, I guess. But I had fun with it. I might need to revisit it now that we're in another month. So this turn, Dragius is just gonna swing in and finish the game up. Click OK. And next up I'm fighting Cantrip. One more time, and then Rendra. So I'm gonna set up this deck again. Set character. And as always, if there are enough people in the rooms, feel free to fight each other while these challenges are going on as well. Oh, I see Rendra also has the cross-duel profile. Definitely gotta check out what kind of deck they are running. Always excited to see more cross-duel enthusiasts. What a great concept for a game that was executed so poorly. Alright, so it looks like I am up first, and this hand is pretty good for what we're looking for. We set up some monsters, set some cards, and we pass. I'm not sure how they could possibly make cross-duel work inside of Duel Links. I probably wouldn't want them to try. I think it's a shame the game is offline, but I think something needs to make like a spiritual successor rather than trying to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Exactly. So we see a Mystic Dealer. That is interesting. They were digging for something, but they are not able to find it, so they are taking 400 damage. But our hand is not much to speak of, so we just pass it right on back. Two face-down cards is kind of threatening. This deck isn't really weak to Phantom Bind, but just setting up those early recovery forces for big plays later is kind of threatening. So this is probably 7's XL Road, and it looks like it is. That's a big XL Wonder, but the card we're really worried about is just Torna. Oh, and they are searching the 7's Road Magician. I wonder if they have a Pierce. Or if not, what is their goal in bringing out the 7's Road Magician here? I guess I didn't summon any boss monsters, so they might just know I'm not in the best spot. Heading into the battle phase, looks like it is just to beat up some of my monsters. I'm pretty happy to not have seen any Pierces here. Let's draw some cards, and yep, not all that much to write on home about. Set again, and set. That'll help me draw more cards next turn. Oh, so plus minus actually does have a Pierce, according to the YouTube chat. So I'm probably about to take a ton of damage. Unfortunate. That said, I am still at 6,000, so it's not over. I've got some chances, and we still do not see a Pierce, so I think they may have been bluffing. Doing a little bit of lying on the resume. I'm gonna set 2 monsters and pass it over again. Oh, and they actually did have a Pierce the whole time. Well, I'm now in incredible danger. Waiting a couple of extra turns does mean that Axel Wondersplat is able to boost the 7-toed Magician a little bit higher. So that Elemental Road, getting larger all the time, swinging into a 1400, dealing a huge amount of damage, unfortunately. And we are still just digging for some boss monsters. I mean, that might get us there. Alright, it's time. We tribute our Howling Bird with a Diabolic King Beetle. We are almost guaranteed to mill a high-level monster here since we've been waiting so long and patiently for it. Of course. But that's fine. We don't need that 7-toed Magician anyway. We have the power of the forest on our side. Let's battle. We can take out the 1600 monsters thanks to the boost from Forest, boosting up Gazelle. It also provides a boost of the Beetle, getting us in for a little bit of extra damage. Unfortunately, Cantrip does have a giant hand, so we are going to get blown out of the water here. But it's funny, we got to use Forest for its intended purpose of beating 1600 attack point monsters. That's the whole goal of the deck, is to be slightly better than average against 7's Road and their Legion of 1 tribute monsters. Of course, it's hard to say this is a good matchup when they have Torna and our monsters largely have 0 attack. We see a Torna switching something to defense mode. The Beetle. Interesting. I wonder if they could have played this differently. If there was a way to get the 7XL Road boost on Torna, they could have beaten over all 3 monsters without needing to switch it to defense mode. But it's not like it matters. I'm at 300. And that's what we call, here in the industry, losing the game. And that's a lose-lose situation we find ourselves in. Yeah, plus minus, I was saying if the 7XL Road boost went onto Torna, it would have been at 24, and then 7's Road Witch boosts itself to 2000 via its own effect. So they would have all been above 1700. Oh, but another 7's Road Magician comes out, and that is so far beyond the game. I don't even want to count it. So that's obviously 3900 plus the Torna could have used its effect. Obviously it doesn't matter on that turn. But let's go ahead and see what Rendra is up to. I'll go ahead and send them a challenge. And thank you for the game, plus minus. So what was the difference between that and a standard 7's Axel Road deck? I know you mentioned it was based on something you saw on Ladder, but I don't think I was able to provide enough of pushback for me to really clock what was different. Alright, this is a pretty solid opening hand, especially for going first. Let's go ahead and set some monsters. We'll pass it over and see what Rendra is playing. They are on Yuga, so typically that means it's either an aggro deck or another 7's Axel Road player. But it could also be just about anything off meta that uses an archive skill. This is actually an incredible draw That's 1 and 2. Set the Curry Bot tribute off for a Beetle. Forest, flip over the Gazelle. Activate Dragius's effect. Activate Beetle's effect. Boost up the Dragius even further. And battle phase. Clear out 1. Clear out 2. And then get in for 3,000 damage. Unfortunately, they didn't draw any high-level monsters and did not contest my initial board at all. Which means they are in a huge back foot play here. Yeah, I mean the Pierce came in handy, but I agree in general, I prefer the Recovery Forces over it and Phantom Bind. Yeah, I'm expecting the box hopefully releases after the KC Cup. So, you know, like when we get Roa, I want to say by the 20th. So probably about 2.5 weeks is when I'm expecting the box to come out. And it'll have, obviously some Royal Rebels, and some other things. Welcome, B Nation. I don't know how late I was to welcoming the raid, but I didn't hear any alert for it. So I don't know if something's wrong on my end. Oh, okay. There we go. It just took a little bit to pop up. Hope you've had a good stream. But, okay. Give me 1 second to just finish up this game. Didn't want to BM my opponent by just leaving them waiting here and slow playing them. Let's go ahead, activate the Dragius's effect, and that should be more than enough to finish off the game. Swing in, and that'll do it. Yeah, plus minus, Roa is, I believe they are cousins. I know some people call them brother and sister, but I know people who get really annoyed when I say that, so I'm guessing that's incorrect. So how'd the stream go, B Nation? Were you playing some rush or speed? I do a little bit of speed. Mostly off stream though. My community is definitely more rush focused. Like, for example, I'm planning to take Lunalights into the KC Cup. I'll do those daily games. Maybe try to hit stage 2, but not do much more grinding than that. So I like them, but I want to keep the all of the gems. I want to keep focused mostly on rush, and I don't think Duel Links is going to be a generous enough game to allow me to play multiple formats at the top level. So this is a really rough opening hand. Yeah, we have the set 3, but it seems like we are in a pretty high odds of bricking. But if they do nothing, then we will be in a pretty good spot actually. Oh, so plus minus. I've been looking into Blue Eyes since we got all those new skills. What have you been running? Because I don't have 9 Blue Eyes monsters. I can't run the new skill. I have the alternatives and the regular Blue Eyes, but I don't own any copies of Spirit of White or whatever else I'm also supposed to be using. Okay, so we do actually get some more low-level monsters here. And the opponent's board wasn't too threatening either, which means it is time for more double boss monster action. Let's bring out the Seven's Road Magician, and then a second copy of Seven's Road Magician. Activate the effects, boosting them up 3,300 and 3,300. Swing in, clear out the board. So this seems to be some kind of aqua deck. Well, the low levels are. It could still be, oh, actually, with the 1400, it can't be 7's XL Road. So this is probably just aggro. Yeah, I think there's definitely a high chance for plenty of decks to be hit by a banlist after the KC Cup. But it feels like we just got one. I don't know if my sense of time has been not going too well, but I feel like we just got the ban list and it's already KC Cup time, and that the previous KC Cup had just ended like before the ban list. I feel like the game is kind of zooming. So we see a Dark Magician Girl, and it's been powered up by Magician's Shuffle. So we definitely want to bring out the Diabolic King Beetle here. And then we can bring out a second one. And I think we should be able to finish the game. Use the 7's Road Magician, 3,900, that's all 6 attributes. Boost it up even further. Boost it up even further. Activate the skill. We provide another big boost to our monster. And battle. Swing in. And that is 3,200. Hold on, let me scroll up through the chat. I see I missed some stuff. Speed duels, okay. It's expensive. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my voice. I see each... So, plus minus. Are you saying you basically bought the various structure decks for Blue Eyes? And are building something with that? Looks like Omarion has been waiting a while. I'm gonna bring up a deck to play against them. Set this one for sure. And then I'm basically just going up and down the list in order. And of course, as always, feel free to play against each other if you're bored of waiting for me to make it through the list of players. Alright, so assuming Omarion's here, I'll go ahead and face them again. This time with the Roman starter. Oh, thank you for following. You know what? I think it's that I have the music a little bit louder than usual, so I'm not hearing the notifications as much. I'll have to figure it out on my end a little bit later. Because I know I missed the raid notification earlier as well. I just saw it because I had the Twitch dashboard open. Alright, so it looks like Omarion may not be here. So I will go ahead and try fighting Rendra instead. Let's bring up a different deck. Maybe this one. I don't think I have played it yet today. It's definitely not a optimal deck by any means, but it'll be a fun one. Hopefully I don't get blown out. By the way, sorry if I am constantly swapping between referring to people by their in-game names and the chatter names. I am going to be terrible at connecting which players are which. Okay, so an interesting start. I guess we'll just set these three. Not much else we need to do here. Oh, yeah, I think the aquas are, like, very good. But don't feel too bad, because you have decks like, Pure Dragons, which are very powerful. So you don't necessarily need, oh wow, I just can't do anything. I'll pass. So it's not like the Aqua decks are necessarily the #1 deck in the game, and missing the event means you're super far behind. But there are some cool decks that you'll have to wait for the rerun for. But yeah, Mimi is also definitely one of my favorite characters from the show too. Oh, and thank you for the YouTube sub, B Nation. I appreciate it. So, I forget if I already asked, but were you streaming KC Cup or ranked, or what were you up to, B Nation? Alright, so we are just setting here, I think. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, yeah, even just one box run, plus minus is definitely enough to get a pretty good deck working. Especially if you're on, dragons. I think just one copy, or just one run of the box gives you a pretty good basis. And by the way, I'm completely losing this game. There were 2 Pierces activated, and that's game. Oh, so the Blue Eyes deck has been working pretty well for you? Congratulations. What level are you in the KC Cup? And a good game, Rendra. I got absolutely wrecked. I guess I'll try out this one next. Level 10. Not bad. Already halfway there. Alright. Anyone else who wants to play, feel free to hop onto my table. Yeah, and the KC Cup does last for a while, for sure. Do you plan on just hitting into stage 2, or are you going for a bigger finish? I know some people grind the KC Cup like 16 hours a day. The gem, yeah. So I'm probably just playing the KC Cup for the gems as well. If I can make it to stage 2, that's cool. But I'm probably not playing much more than the default 4 games per day. Well, B Nation, I hope you do well. I know those events can get pretty stressful. 50 wins is a very significant amount of wins. Okay, we're just going to set 3. We could set 4. Because we're trying to find our boss monsters. Oh, Plus minus. Yeah, I also did something pretty similar. I only ended up getting it Prime Banshee summoned 4 times in one duel, but we eventually got there. Alright, so we found Prima Gatarna. So let's start with a tribute summon. Silent Assailant. Roman Pick, and then we lower our own life points, enabling Roman Pick to activate the effect. Grab a Side Stage Bouncer. Tribute summon it. And set some back row. We'll get in for some damage of our own and set up a strong board in the process. I think it's worth the damage we paid. Let's see what Rendra brings out. That's a great question. I actually don't know if I've uploaded a psychic profile. I know I cover it a little bit in like the big history video that just covers like the whole metagame for the month. But I think I might have tried making a video, but then just kept losing every single game I played. Which may have stopped me from doing it. I think the Psychic deck is definitely a full step or 3 below the better decks of the format. Unfortunately. Yeah, I definitely need to use the Psychic Wall here. I'll return Roman Pick to the deck, as being able to reuse it is a great card. So if, yeah, I'm basically trying to decide right now if I do want to make a psychic profile or not. Just because, it's a little bit more, what's the right word? Yeah, since it's not as meta, it doesn't feel like as important to cover. And then I have some other stuff I'm working on. But my uploads have slowed down too, so having a easier video to make could also be helpful, just so people aren't stuck waiting forever for the next video to come out. What do I want to do here? I can swing in directly, but that's not going to help very much, so we're going to go for this one instead. Wait. No, we are only 1900. Alright, so we are 1900 points lower, so we need to use this Climax Finale to activate Folder Blitz. And we are leaving them so close. Alright, we will see if this pays off. If they're able to get over our Folder Blitz, that's probably game right there. But if they are not, then it's probably game for us. So we see a bunch of monsters being summoned in attack mode, meaning a tribute summon is almost certainly coming out. The Triple Threat Thunder has already been played, but Torna the Windweaver is devastating. Our monster, of course, has 0 defense points, as do most psychic boss monsters from the early Rush Duel era. And that is going to be it. Rendra is taking this one as well. Alright, so I will play B Nation next. I'll keep trying with the Psychic deck for now. even though it can be a bit rough. But it can also bring out some pretty big combos. Oh, that's a really nice profile icon. Love the little treasure chest. Alright, so we are up against a Yuga. Let's see what they are on. Yuga has plenty of interesting skills, but the pure aggro deck is also quite good. Alright, set some monsters. Get these cards out of my hand nice and early, and pass. Yeah, I think, a lot of the types actually do a pretty solid job of representing their kind of original themes from Yu-Gi-Oh! So Psychics here still have that early Psychic theme of paying life points, cards like Krebons, but also the insects. They really dialed in on Weevil's strategy of converting the opponent's monsters into insects and then doing bad things to the opponent because of it. Actually, I think I just set this one, and then you can come out next. And then we can bring out a side stage bouncer as well. Though that actually does, that does threaten a Phantom Bind. Well, actually, if I play the Lullabind, then I can swap it, and then it's only blocking 2,000 damage instead of 2,100. So this is a little bit more damage. And it prevents any Phantom Binds from harming us. Let's go ahead and swing in. And we do see they do have a Phantom Bind set. Also, B-Nation, you need to remove this tortoise from your deck. Just as a heads up. The tortoise doesn't do anything. Are you okay? If you're playing it specifically for the memes, then okay. And yes, Rafflesia, I'll do a quick psychic cover after this game. Alright, Torna is setting that Fumigatarna to defense mode, and Recovery Force allowing an additional card draw. Oh, yeah, so plus minus, I actually have that box. That is how I play speed duels with some of my friends in real life, just to introduce them into the format. I have just the one copy of the box. So the decks, a lot of them obviously aren't that great, but it kind of works as a basic introduction. Alright, let's see what to go for next. I think I summoned the Watkis. Oh, and there is another tortoise face down. I'll go for Lullabind again. Bring out the Berry Bassist, and I'll pay the life points to use the effect. Goal is to get out both of my boss monsters. 500, Watt Angel, defense mode. But thinking about it again, I probably want to keep it in hand and just go like this, we have 7 Psychics in Graveyard, which means we are in threat of a Phantom Bind. So Lullabind comes out, switches this to defense mode, and we can proceed to battle. And yeah, I do say a lot because I'm trying to not have dead air, but sometimes I don't actually have anything to say. So I end up saying more than I would in real life, where I would be pausing more to kind of like think through what I'm saying. But instead, you all get dial-up noises as I process instead. Alright, so it goes through for 800, just barely, saving myself from Phantom Binds with those plays. And yeah, I think a lot of the psychic monsters do have pretty good art. I agree for sure. They're also just like really identifiable from a glance. Alright, Recovery Force, popping up another card. Oh, I didn't realize all 3 copies of the tortoise were in here. I actually don't have any emotes, Pin Killer, because I am not an affiliate. I did actually reach the requirements for it, but I really don't want there to start being a bunch of ads everywhere. I feel like it makes it a lot harder to actually come in and enjoy the stream, especially as a new player or a new viewer. Even if I were to do regularly scheduled ad breaks, it just doesn't feel quite right to me. I might do it later on just because, like, if I can figure out a good way to make it not super annoying, then I'll go ahead and do it. But until then, it shall have to wait. Anyway, let's boost up with Climax Finale and finish out the game. But in case anyone was wondering, the reason I had said to take out the tortoise is because since you're drawing up to 5 cards anyway, the 2 cards you draw with the tortoise don't actually help you at all. It basically just serves as a way to bait in Hammer Crushes. GG, thank you for the game, B Nation. Oh, I see someone new has joined, so I'm gonna go ahead and play up against them. Welcome, Sarah. I don't know if you've posted in the chat at all, or if you're just lurking, but in either case, I am happy to have you on board. Let's get into some games. I'm interested, what does the VGD stand for? I know there is an FGD in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, and this is quite the opening hand. Oh boy. Well, I will set and pass. Let's see. What monster type has the coolest art on average? That is a tough one. I think if not the Psychics, I'm trying to think what other decks I really enjoy playing. Probably not dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragons are usually kind of wacky. But I still enjoy playing the... Like, Dragius I like as a card. I just don't think it is necessarily super cool looking. Oh my gosh. Seriously? There's literally nothing I can do. Very Basist comes out, and then what? High Climax Finale, I guess? Give it that 200 boost. And then here we go. Welcome, Rubens. So, plus minus, actually, the Chemical Cure people are pretty good. I think, like, if they release those cards right now, I think they would see a ton of play. Even without the fusion. Oh, so the Beast Warriors, do you mean cards like the Beast Gear World? Like, I think Buggy Dog is adorable. No, B-Nation, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably for the better part of 20 years. I got back into it with, you know, Starter Deck Yugi, Starter Deck Kaiba, though I have not been playing consistently. I definitely take many very long breaks. Alright, I got absolutely rolled here, but I want to rematch Sarah because that hand was very unacceptable. I'm going to edit my deck, and I want to do another round. I mean, I'm still not going to bring in a crazy deck or anything, but hopefully it'll at least be able to put up a bit of a fight. Let's see. Alright, so they are still here. Perfect. Send over a challenge. Yeah, I agree. Very Basist is kind of... Oh! Someone would ask me to go over the Psychic deck, and I completely forgot about it. Chat, help me remember after this game to cover the Psychic deck. Alright, so I am up first. And we'll see if we do any better this time. Alright, some pretty decent cards. Not too much to complain about. Set 1, Set 2, Set 3. And Tribute. And we'll see how they deal with it. Yeah, I'm trying to think, when did I start and stop? I know as a kid, I played probably fairly consistently up until 5Ds. I know I got the you say starter deck, but I think I kind of fell out of it for a little bit around that time. I came back during the Chaos Dragon format probably, but I was still playing like my middle school level terrible decks. Eventually got 6 Samurais, and then played a little bit up probably until Pepe format, where I had the deck without spending all that much money on it, because I had been playing Clown Blade during the previous format. Then I got the structure decks, etc. And then that was probably about when I stopped playing Master Rule Yu-Gi-Oh! Until Master Duel came out, where I then played for a little while. So this is kind of rough. I just have to kind of set 3 and pass again. Not much I can do. Even though I'm facing down a Dragius, I'm probably going to be losing this one with swiftness. Sarah absolutely running the room. Yep, so I came back to Master Duel, and then I played it for like a month or two. Mostly Eldritch, just because I didn't want to play a deck that took forever. And being able to just set my hand and do a short combo is what I'm looking for. that's probably part of why I like Rush Duel so much, is that the cards all have relatively simple effects, so even if I'm doing a big combo turn with Seahorse Carriers, it's still relatively quick. Yeah, so there is a lot of lore to Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They do not translate it very well in Master Duel, but I appreciate the effort they put in. Alright, I am down to just 1,000 life. I could bring out a ton of 2 tribute monsters, but we still don't find any. So we can't do anything but pass turn. Sarah has the magic of hiding all of my high level monsters in this game and all of my low level monsters in the previous one. It's nice to see the dragon deck doing well though. Always going to be ready to compliment a fellow dragon enjoyer. Alright, so they have 48. Oh, I wonder how much damage they are going to put out on board. This is technically less than they had before. And right, I should talk about the psychic deck. So I will go bring that up after this battle completes. Thank you for the game, Sarah. I will be back to play more games in a moment, but chat wants to quickly go over the psychic deck. So Climax Beat, you probably already know what it does. If you summon a level 2 monster, you get to reuse Climax Finale and Lullabind. Lullabind is great for turning monsters sideways, like Yami Ruler. You can turn off the tribute lock if you set it face down, whereas Climax Finale is used for combo plays where you push for big damage. So the way that this deck wins, usually, is to lower your own life points with cards like Prima Katana and Romanpic, and then push in with a giant telepathic agent. If the opponent has monsters on board, it can go up to 1900 with a Prima Katana, and then over 2500 or even 3000 with a Climax Finale, allowing you to eliminate half of the opponent's life points in one swoop. And when you're doing that, you'll also have your Prima Katana around, which is going to be dealing an extra 1000 damage or so by attacking over whatever monster they have on board. Folder Blitz helps push the reach of this deck even further, at 1500 damage, plus a 3000 direct attack is a lot. Berry Bassist is not very good, but it exists and is a psychic monster, so we run it. Notably, with 1600 attack, it does tie with the 7's Axel Road monsters during your turn. Or after they've been on field, you can use Severing Psychic Wall to kind of win a bout with them. We run one copy of Pierce, just because it works so well with Prima Katana, potentially dealing 3000 damage. And then the other ones are just for the skill. Severing Psychic Wall allows Fuller Blitz and Prima Katana to survive a Dragius. I think being at 6000 is actually a pretty big buff for this psychic deck. Because there's such a big combo, blow you up kind of thing, if the opponent had an extra 2000 life points to work through, it would definitely be working against the psychic deck and in favor of the decks that have more consistent big bunguses. Oh, welcome, Sarah. I assume you are the one who has been completely destroying me in the lobby. Thank you for those games. I was just showing people the psychic deck. And then, was there anything else I wanted to mention? Not really. You just run a bunch of level 2s because you need to for the skill. This deck, not very good. Romanpic would be wonderful. If we get more copies, it can cycle itself for a ton of tribute fodder and really set up stuff like Telepathic Agent or Folder Blitz. So this is a deck to be on the lookout for whenever we get Roman pick number 2 and 3. You know, I haven't actually played 7's Axel Road in a while, so I'm down to do some more games. Let's see who is waiting in the room. Looks like B Nation is queued up. Roman pick is a UR, but it's a character level up reward, so the rarity doesn't matter. As long as we get it in the rewards, everyone's going to have it. Alright, an interesting opening hand. Alright, so they're starting off with a couple of set cards. Yeah, we do remember from the last game, B Nation is definitely running a ton of spells and traps compared to the average. We see a Mystic Dealer that can help us filter our high level monsters down and maybe find a nice low level. Good enough for me. We'll go ahead and bring out the 7-Sword Witch and the Torna as well. With the effect of our 7's Axel Road, this is going to be putting out a lot of damage. It's not quite lethal, but we are getting pretty close. 7's Axel Road activates, buffs Torna, and we head into battle. Dark Sorcerer for 15, and then Witch for 16, and Torna for 24, leaves B Nation with just 500. Unfortunately, they didn't draw any low-level monsters, so it's not very much of a game. Yeah, the 7's Axel Road deck, I think, more so than other decks, you really need to be careful about blowing yourself up. And by that I mean just leaving a 1600 attack point monster on the board when the opponent is ready to 7-Sword Magician you for 2k and just end the duel immediately. Yes, so the maximum summons are going to be a little bit weird. If we get Destiny Draw skills, I think that they will be really strong. Just being able to search a 4000 attack monster sounds terrifying in the current metagame. Thunder the Thunder, and we can finish this game up. Currybot is discarded, and summon out the 7-Sword Magician. So after this game, I'm going to go take a quick water break. So if any of you need to go grab a snack or anything, now is a good time. We will be right back, and thank you for the game, B Nation. While I'm gone, feel free to go to the bathroom, get some water, get a drink. Or feel free to just queue into some games in the duel room. I see there are 6 of you currently in the room, so feel free to play a little bit against each other if you would like, and I will be right back. Alrighty, so we are back, and I'm ready to do some more dueling. Or maybe we'll watch this game between Sarah and Cantrip. If they start, we'll see what happens. In the meantime, I'll also enter a table. And I'm not sure how much longer we'll be streaming for. We are going on 4 hours. But I definitely want to play some more games in the meantime. Oh. I guess I'll play another round against Sarah, and then I'll go over to Cantrip. I definitely want to, get my revenge. Oh, and Sarah is now on Yuga. So let's see how it goes. Our hand is not too bad. Hopefully we'll be able to do something with it. We see a turn 1 Mystic Dealer. I wonder what Sarah is aiming for. And then a set and a Dark Sorcerer in attack mode. They could be going for a tribute. Dark Magician Girl coming out early. Do you all think this is a Magician Shuffle deck? And a 2 tribute as well. It's the Dark Magician. I've got to make sure I sequence this properly. If I even can. This is looking kind of tough. I can take out one, but not both. So I guess I really have no choice. Oh wait, no! I forgot Fire Golem's effect. I could have done this, but I already set the monster, so now it is too late. So I'm just gonna bring out Torna. I could have cleared both, I think. Yeah, if I had switched the Magician Girl to defense mode and then lowered it down to 1100. No, wait, but if I switch it to defense mode, I can't beat the other one. Interesting. Okay, maybe I was fine. Let's just set some cards and swing in. Taking out the Dark Magician Girl, we are opening ourselves up to a counterattack here. But I like where we're standing. Heading into turn number 4, we have a really good chance of getting the Witch Magician field and kind of dealing with whatever Sarah brings out. 2 Fire Golems, probably not going to see any effects being activated. Probably just going to tribute them off for a 7's Road Magician, which we see immediately as I'm speaking about it. 7's Road Magician, Elemental Road, currently activating on Earth, Water, Dark, and Fire, so missing light and wind. Oh, but we see a huge Pierce and Recovery Force as well. I am suddenly not nearly as safe as I thought I was. I am going to survive the turn, but this is rough. Another 7 Rose Magician on the next turn, and it is over. Currybot, come on out. And then 7's Road Witch, for sure. Definitely going to activate the skill here. Buff up 7's Road Witch, and search for the 7's Road Magician. And then activate the effect. We've got to ditch the other Recovery Force as well, since we need to have a full board if we don't want to get blown up. We are still vulnerable to a Pierce, I suppose. But I think this is better than any other route we could have taken. Take this out, and leave them with just a spell archer. Hopefully, this is going to be good enough to survive an extra turn. They are still at 4,400, and a spell archer is coming out, meaning I don't feel all that good about my lifespan. Torn of the Windweaver, and Seven's Axel Road, searching for their very own Seven Sword Magician. I don't think we've actually seen them activate it. I just had assumed they were on Magician Shuffle, but this is actually a Seven Sword Magician, Seven's Axel Road deck. And that is gonna be devastating. I'm pretty sure with Elemental Road coming out, that should be a game. Seven Sword Magician into Seven Sword Witch is already 2,000 damage, and I only have 1,800 life points remaining. So that's all they wrote. Sarah has taken me out once again. Sarah is doing a great job. Next up, I'll see how I do against plus minus. Catnip, or cantrip, sorry. And send challenge. I'm thinking we will do just a few more games, probably until the start of the hour. Get over the 4-hour mark. And I'd say this was a really fun stream too. 12 minutes, still plenty of time for some extra, probably like 3 or 4 more games. Alright, and this is an incredible opening hand. Thank you for the follow. And welcome back, Dragzen. You're joining us in the later half of the stream here for sure. But we've got some games left in us. If you want to join the duel room, I'll definitely take you on. After I'm done having Cantrip wipe the floor with me. Oh, and it's Curse of the Dark, of course. Boosting up that monster and swinging in with 3 direct attacks. I drew not a single low-level monster. And we're still not really seeing very much. Seven Sword Witch for sure. And we're just trying our best to survive. Let's go ahead and activate the 7th Axel Road. Give that little attack boost. And then Seven Sword Witch can use the effect. We'll toss a Seven Sword Magician to bring out a Seven Sword Magician. Use the effect. Boost on up. And battle. Just take out what we can. Do some damage. And end turn. Yeah, sure. No problem, Dragzen. Alright, B-Nation, I will absolutely run some more games with you as well. Though, I don't think winning one game establishes anybody as a better player. Alright, so anything with 1100 or more, and I am done for. Oh, but they actually don't have it. So here is our chance to make a comeback. Mystic Dealer for sure. And we have a ton of full levels, so we can Mystic Dealer effect. And we draw a pretty interesting looking card here, called the Seven Sword Magician. Next up, let's see, if I Recovery Force, do I lose the element from my discard pile? I do, that would be all of my dark types. I think it's worth it though, because we want to draw into another witch if at all possible. So we're just kind of shuffling them back to increase the odds we draw one. Not quite what we were looking for. But Fire Golem coming out. Thunder the Thunder. Oh, and I think this actually might work. Bringing in 7/7 Magician, and this will put some extra spellcaster monsters in the discard pile. Tribute off Thunder the Thunder for Torna. Then activate the effect of 7/7 Magician. Then we Recovery Force. Bring in the Mystic Dealers again. Then we can Fire Golem. And then we Torna. And by discarding this, we can flip over this monster so we know what it is. Then we 7's Axel Road. Boost up, and that should be lethal. Because we've used 2 Recovery Force, there are barely any spellcaster monsters in our discard pile, allowing us to safely take out both monsters and swing in for game. Alright, so next up is B Nation. Though I see I am rapidly dropping frames, so hopefully it stays good. Alright, let's queue up for some next matches. Yeah, I was not expecting to win that after not opening a single low level. Good game. I definitely got lucky that you didn't draw any monsters with 1100 attack on that final turn. Alright, so good luck and have fun. Yeah, the dropping frames isn't too bad when playing Duel Links. I'm just kind of concerned either about the stream stuttering or worse, disconnecting, because it happens to me more than I would like. About half of the times I want to stream, my internet just does not cooperate with me. So seeing the dropped frames is kind of like an, oh no, it's happening again kind of moment. Alright, so B Nation is up first. Let's see what they've got planned for us. They are thinking. Oh, and a Musy Performer. This can turn on Roman pick as early as turn number 1. They definitely take some damage. So currently I'm on 2 Gravity Press, but I was playing 3 for a really long time. And I know some players, for example, fellow YouTuber Tomato Soars recently posted a profile where they were only running 1. So I'm currently on 2, but anything you choose is a reasonable choice. So a Lone Berry Bassist is going to be basically game over. I'm not going to actually perform lethal this turn, but it's going to be very hard for B Nation to make a comeback from this. 7-Sword Witch uses the effect and brings out 7-Sword Magician. Then a Fire Golem, getting in for another 1200. There aren't nearly enough monsters here for for Phantom Bind, and we also have way more attack than a Severing Psychic Wall is able to defend. Plus minus, that's right, just without the last U at the end. So we get in, and they are at just 300 life remaining. Plus minus, what's your total tribute count? Because I know some people run 2 gravity press, but then they're also running things like Fire Guardian sometimes, which I disagree with. So, unfortunately, B Nation has gotten the psychic experience, drawing basically a handful of cards they can't use. That has been my experience with psychics as well, so do not worry. It's not just you. But B Nation, what kind of spell trap ratios are you running? Because I know you were running the Tortoise earlier. So if you need help with deck building, I definitely have some builds I can toss you for whatever number of gems you've invested. Have you gone through the box, like, at all? Because even with the one run of the box, the dragon deck is pretty good, and you can even make, like, a pretty solid, like, aggro blend. But in general, I think you're probably pretty new to rush dueling, if I'm understanding the gameplay that we're experiencing. Alright, no problem. Thank you for the games. Sorry the game was not being very kind. Alright, so it's just about the top of the hour, so I'll do one more game if anyone is here and wants to play another round. Oh, I see a Zen Spiral is in the room, but I don't think I've played against them at all. I don't recognize the name from chat either. I'm currently on Excel Road, but I'll play anything you want me to for the final match. Do you have a specific deck you would like me to play? Make a room with... I guess I'll play a round of Dragonic Resonance as well then. Give him a good old mirror match to finish things up. Oh, 7s? Oh, Robert, since I haven't played you yet, I'll do 2 more duels. I'll fight Cantrip, and then I'll go ahead and fight you as well. Go ahead and sit at a table so I know which one to join. After I finish the current game. Oh, okay, never mind, never mind. Alright, Cantrip, whenever you're ready. I've sent you the invite. Alright, so I'm up first. Definitely not an ideal hand, but it's workable. So let's go ahead and set some cards, and we'll prepare ourselves for next turn. I'm pretty sure I went to set myself to the dragon deck, but very clearly that did not happen. So I don't actually remember how I got into this situation, but we are playing Sevens XL. Bunker Strike coming down, helping them filter through their cards. Alright, so Piercing Dragon, Bunker Strike, and a Gravity Pest Dragon. If I draw a 7-0 Magician, we are in it. And we get there. Let's bring out the 7-0 Witch and activate the effect of our skill. 7's Axel Road will boost the Witch up to 2400, which is enough to beat Gravity Pest Dragon. But that's not all. We can activate the effect and discard XL Wonder Splat to bring out a 7-0 Magician, and we are also set up for next turn. 7-0 Magician up to 3600 is pretty good. And that is enough to get in for some pretty big damage. We're still at 6000, so we are safe from opposing Dragonic pressure plays, at least for now. Oh, congratulations on reaching gold 4-0. I'd say that's pretty good progress. You were at gold 1 or gold 2 not that long ago. Like, it's been no more than 4 hours. So we do see a Dragonic pressure play, but they are playing no other monsters this turn, as we already see a card set face down. Drawing 2 pressure would be pretty rough there. Oh, and it looks like they had just a Triad Drago and high-level monsters. That is a rough hand. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for Cantrip's life. I'm going to have to take you back into the shed now. Hopefully the respawn mechanics are kind to you. Let's bring out the 7-0 Magician. Oh, I didn't even notice it was a brick off of a Bunker Strike. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this is game even without the Recovery Force, but just in case that's a Phantom Bind, I want to make triple drip duper sure that we're all above board here. Battle phase, swing in, it's probably pressure, but that should be it with 7-0 Magician. Alrighty. So I think that is going to do it. You know what? One more game against Sarah. I need to win once, you know? We gotta get the one win. So if Sarah's still around, I will play one more round. See if I can go 0-4. Yeah, Yuga's deck does seem pretty good. And thank you for playing Cantrip. I think Stone's XL Road is definitely a deck to be on the lookout for. Especially on the ladder for climbing. It is pretty consistent, so you're gonna get those results a lot of the time. Obviously, I played with the dragons myself, but I can't fault anyone who climbs with Axel Road instead. Alright, so we have a decent opening hand. Let's see if we can finally take down Sarah, the true boss of this duel room. We see a Luminous Parrot, and it appears we are up against a Volt Condor deck. This is actually something we need to be really concerned about, as all of our boss monsters, or I should say our standard play, is with 2 dark type monsters on board. And if they have a Lightning Volt Condor, discarding a Darkness Crested Hawk, we are just getting 2 monsters reduced down to 0 attack, which is a devastating play. Especially if Sarah has shown themselves to frequently be playing cards like Pierce, which can absolutely ruin me. However, this time it looks like they might be on a bit of a weaker hand than usual. Mystic Dealer, let's go ahead and activate the effect. Discarding Spell Archer to draw a new card. Then we Tribute Summon, and we get water into the graveyard too. Let's make sure we don't forget to activate the skill, boosting it up. Then activate the effect of Seven's Road Witch, discarding a card to special summon the Seven's Road Magician. We flip up the Doriado as well, and then we use the effect of Seven's Road Magician. Enter the battle phase, and we go in and we'll see how we do. Our board is pretty powerful. The opponent at just 800. So be aware, we could have dealt an additional 400 with Seven's Road Witch by Tribute Summoning, and that actually would have put an Earth in the graveyard. So we could have dealt 700, but it would not have been lethal. They would have survived with 100 life. So they bring out a Mystic Dealer, and they are probably going to be digging for an answer here. Luminous Parrot, switching one of my monsters to Light, meaning Volt Condor is now live, as is the Darkness Crested Hawk. We know they have Winged Beast in the graveyard, and Darkness Crested Hawk is getting boosted up to 3100. That's going to be enough to beat over the Seven's Road Magician, but it shouldn't be enough. I already have a Seven's Road Witch in my hand for next turn, so they're going to need a way to defeat my entire board, but it shouldn't be possible. Basically, my thought process is, as long as I get out a Seven's Road Magician next turn, the game should be over. 800 life points is not that much. So even at 3100, they can take out my Seven's Road Magician, but I'll be able to bring out my own boss monster on the next turn and finish it there. Oh, I might not even need to do the search. So if I just Tribute Summon another Witch and then activate the skill, I go up to 2400 and I can beat the Dark Sorcerer for 900 damage and finish the game. And with that, that is going to be the last game of the night, or morning, or afternoon, depending on where you live. Thank you everyone who came by, everyone who joined the duel room, everyone who chatted, everyone who lurked. This was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to do it again soon. If you're watching from Twitch, feel free to check out some of my YouTube videos. I have lots of Rush Duel content, and I'm gonna see if I can figure out a Twitch raid. A lot of the times there's not really anyone streaming Duel Links in Rush mode, So we are probably just going to be ending it here unless I find someone. And it doesn't look like I did, so that's going to be it. Thank you everyone who joined and played, and hope you all have